they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, Fuel has scaled up. Fuel also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives.
In past 15 years, we have worked in a way that government, policymakers, CSR partners, and industry partners are with us from day one.
I congratulate the entire Fuel team for the remarkable work done by them over the years. Since inception, Fuel has been the guiding light for the future of our.
I would thank the Fuel team for taking up this important endeavor of launching the Fuel Future Skills Institute. I hope that through this endeavor, you'll be able to achieve the impact and the momentum that you envision.
All of us in the industry congratulate you for their vision, and they have helped the youth reach newer heights.
I'm glad to see that you have finally achieved the goal you have been working for so many years.
Fuel has been appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji. And Fuel's founder, Mr. Ketan Deshpande, has been awarded the Mahatma Award. Fuel was invited to represent India at Stanford University's Global Entrepreneurship Summit and also had the opportunity to work with the Prime Minister of Poland as well as the First Lady of Uganda. On its quest to empower women, Fuel also contributes to societal welfare by granting scholarships to the girl children of Army Jawans, martyrs, and families of Army personnel. Fuel has its presence across 137 Army public schools in India and supports 75,000 plus defense school students and districts under Aspirational District Program by Niti Aayog. Over the course of their existence, Friends Union for Energizing Lives is enabling students to excel by making substantial contributions by partnering with 3,500 plus schools and colleges across India and changing the lives of more than 1.1 million students. Fuel is on a mission to become Fuel Skill Tech and Entrepreneurship University, influencing more lives. As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, Fuel, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other, lack essential information and opportunities to succeed in life. Taking this into account, founder Mr. Ketan Deshpande, along with his chief mentor, Mr. Santosh Puralikopi, initially began conducting sessions for class 12 students, wherein they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, Fuel has scaled up. Fuel also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives.
In past 15 years, we have worked in a way that government, policymakers, CSR partners, and industry partners are with us from day one.
I congratulate the entire Fuel team for the remarkable work done by them over the years. Since inception, Fuel has been the guiding light for the future of our youth.
I would like to congratulate the Fuel team for taking up this important endeavor of launching the Fuel Future Skills Institute. I hope that through this endeavor, you will be able to achieve the impact and the momentum that you envision.
All of us in the industry congratulate you for their vision, and they have helped the youth reach newer heights.
I'm glad to see that you have finally achieved the goal. You have been working.
Friends Union for Energizing Lives works towards empowering and uplifting the underprivileged youth of the country by giving them access to education, career counseling, and skill development. It also enables them to move forward in life by giving them economic opportunities. So let's take a look.
As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, FUEL, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other, lack essential information and opportunities to succeed in life. Taking this into account, founder Mr. Ketan Deshpande, along with his chief mentor Mr. Santosh Puralikoppi, initially began conducting sessions for class 12 students, wherein they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, FUEL has scaled up and is working globally the sections of the society and has aligned programs with SDG4 quality education, SDG5 gender equality, and SDG8 decent work and economic growth. FUEL also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives, with its mission to create a supporting community working towards providing youth with the essential information and right career opportunities, and a vision to empower and enable the youth to become the torch bearers of tomorrow. FUEL has given training to 88,000 plus youth in skill development and is working in different parts of India, providing sessions on skilling, career counseling, and academic coaching, while impacting more than 1.1 million youth globally.
FUEL works in a very interesting domain of providing skill development to the underserved community of India, Indonesia, and Uganda. FUEL has reached more than 100,000 youth across different parts of the country. FUEL, having the Apex MOUs with Niti Aayog, AICT, and so on, we are on a mission to make India's brightest skill, tech, and entrepreneurship university. We need to provide young people with scholarships. FUEL has come up with very interesting program where young people get scholarships for doing their skill development and also pursuing their higher education. We are partnered with leading companies who want us to catch them young and provide them the talent opportunities so that they can excel in the life. In past 15 years, we have worked in a way that government, policymakers, CSR partners, and industry partners are with us from day one. We have made the dreams of young people achieve to the next heights by inculcating the skills that are required for the future, the skills that are required for tomorrow. FUEL is also focusing on sustainable development goals. We are working for equal gender opportunities by giving young women opportunities on doing skill development and scholarships in our program of talent search and future skills. I'm very proud to share that many girls have got opportunities in leading MNCs under gender and diversity hiring, and they have become prosperous. We look forward to do such more economic opportunities for women and girls who need our support. Digital India, Make in India, Skill India. All of this need quality human resources and skill development to be part of the mission. As our Honorable Prime Minister says, India needs to provide technology human resources to the world. We at FUEL believe to create that fundamental difference with the underserved community of our nation. As it is said, Digital India, Make in India, Skill India. Let's bring together all the young people to give them the future for tomorrow, make them employable, provide them the skills of tomorrow, and enable them to earn a livelihood.
Fuel is currently working with more than 20 leading MNCs and corporations under CSR initiatives pan-India and is working globally with 500 companies' sustainability initiatives and has further partnered with Tier 1 education universities and governments across the globe.
I congratulate the entire Fuel team for the remarkable work done by them over the years. Since inception, Fuel has been the guiding light for the future of our youth.
I would like to congratulate the Fuel team for taking up this important endeavor of launching the Fuel Future Skills Institute. I hope that through this endeavor, you'll be able to achieve the impact and momentum that you envision.
All of us in the industry congratulate you for their vision and their help the youth reach newer heights.
I'm glad to see that you have finally achieved the goal you have been working toward so many years.
Additionally, Fuel has been appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji. And Fuel's founder, Mr. Ketan Deshpande, has been awarded the Mahatma Award. Fuel was invited to represent India at Stanford University's Global Entrepreneurship Summit and also had the opportunity to work with the Prime Minister of Poland as well as the First Lady of Uganda. On its quest to empower women, Fuel also contributes to societal welfare by granting scholarships to the girl children of Army Jawans, martyrs, and families of Army personnel. Fuel has its presence across 137 Army public schools in India and supports 75,000 plus defense school students and districts under Aspirational District Program by Niti Aayog.
Friends Union for Energizing Lives works towards empowering and uplifting the underprivileged youth of the country by giving them access to education, career counseling, and skill development. It also enables them to move forward in life by giving them economic opportunities. So let's take a look.
As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, Fuel, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other lack essential information and opportunity.
Friends Union for Energizing Lives works towards empowering and uplifting the underprivileged youth of the country by giving them access to education, career counseling, and skill development. It also enables them to move forward in life by giving them economic opportunities. So let's take a look.
As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, Fuel, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other lack essential information and opportunities to succeed in life. Taking this into account, founder Mr. Ketan Deshpande, along with his chief mentor, Mr. Santosh Puralikoppi, initially began conducting sessions for class 12 students. wherein they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, Fuel has scaled up and is working globally for the underserved sections of the society and has aligned its programs with SDG 4, quality education, SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Fuel also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives. With its mission to create a supporting community working towards providing youth with the essential information and right career opportunities, and a vision to empower and enable the youth to become the torch bearers of tomorrow, Fuel has given training to 88,000 plus youth in skill development and is working in different parts of India, providing sessions on skilling, career counseling, and academic coaching, while impacting more than 1.1 million youth globally.
Fuel works in a very interesting domain of providing skill development to the underserved community of India, Indonesia, and Uganda. Fuel has reached more than 100,000 youth across different parts of the country. Fuel, having the Apex MOUs with Niti Aayog, AICT, and so on, we are on a mission to make India's brightest skill, tech, and entrepreneurship university. We need to provide young people with scholarships. Fuel has come up with very interesting program where young people get scholarships for doing their skill development and also pursuing their higher education. We have partnered with leading companies who want us to catch them young and provide them the talent opportunities so that they can excel in the life. In past 15 years, we have worked in a way that government, policymakers, CSR partners, and industry partners are with us from day one. We have made the dreams of young people achieve to the next heights by inculcating.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Dear guests, distinguished attendants, and honorable participants, I extended a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Today we are gathered here with a great delight as Fuel, Foundation of Unleashing Excellency, proudly hosted this remarkable event. Let me introduce you to Fuel, an organization that epitomizes passion, dedication, and empowerment. Founded by the visionary Mr. Ketan Deshpande, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Madam, नको.
पॉवर गेली कुठली पॉवर गेली सर लाईट गेली इकडची कुठलची तर माझा पॉवर बंद झालाय स्क्रीन बंद पडली माझा स्क्रीन बंद पडली लाईट आहे आला
All of this need quality human resources and skill development to be part of the mission. As our Honorable Prime Minister says, India needs to provide technology human resources to the world. We at Fuel believe to create that fundamental difference with the underserved community of our nation. As it is said, Digital India, Make in India, Skill India, let's them the skills of tomorrow and enable them to earn a livelihood.
Fuel is currently working with more than 20 leading MNCs and corporations under CSR initiatives pan-India and is working globally with 500 companies' sustainability initiatives and has further partnered with Tier 1 education universities and governments across the globe.
I congratulate the entire Fuel team for the remarkable work done by them over the years. Since inception, Fuel has been the guiding light for the future of our youth.
I would like to congratulate the Fuel team for taking up this important endeavor of launching the Fuel Future Skills Institute. I hope that through this endeavor, you will be able to achieve the impact and the momentum that you envision.
All of us in the industry congratulate you for their vision and their help the youth reach newer heights.
I'm glad to see that you have finally achieved the goal you have been working toward so many years.
Additionally, Fuel has been appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji. And Fuel's founder, Mr. Ketan Deshpande, has been awarded the Mahatma Award. Fuel was invited to represent India at Stanford University's Global Entrepreneurship Summit and also had the opportunity to work with the Prime Minister of Poland as well as the First Lady of Uganda. On its quest to empower women, Fuel also contributes to societal welfare by granting scholarships to the girls of Army Jawans, martyrs, and families of Army personnel. Fuel has
Dear
its
guest,
presence across 137
distinguished attendants, and honorable participants, I extended a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Today, we gather here with a great delight as the Fuel, Foundation of Unleashing Excellency, proudly host this remarkable event. Let me introduce you to Fuel, an organization that epitomizes passion, dedication, and empowerment. Founded by visionary Mr. Ketan Deshpande sir, Fuel embarked on a transformative journey at the young age of 19. Initially focused on career counseling, Fuel gradually expanded its scope, establishing a solid foundation in skill development programs. Today, Fuel stands as a symbol of a hope, inspiring countless individuals to pursue their dreams and unlock their full potentiality. It is my honor to announce the inauguration of Fuel Business School, marking a significant milestone in our journey of empowering individuals. Moreover, I am delighted to share that Fuel has received the letter of intern from Ministry of Skill Development of Maharashtra to establish Fuel Skill Tech Entrepreneurship University. The university will offer degree courses in emerging skills, future contributing to the development of our nation's workforce. Over the past decades, Fuel initiatives have yielded expansion results, transforming the lives of numerous individuals. Here are some notable accomplishments. More than 1,827 youth have been trained under Fuel's future skill training. Career counseling has been provided to over 110 lakh youth. Guidance and scholarship have been extended to 72,581 children, our Johns. We call them as the soldiers. We have successfully implemented 25 plus CSR partnership and utilized a CSR fund of 100 crores. Fuel has established significant contribution with AICT and Niti Aayog to support the implementation of a skill development programs. I will request technical team to play the full Fuel video.
Friends Union for Energizing Lives works towards empowering and uplifting the underprivileged youth of the country by giving them access to education, career counseling, and skill development. It also enables them to move forward in life by giving them economic opportunities. So let's take a look.
As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, Fuel, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other, lack essential information and opportunities to succeed in life. Taking this into account, founder Mr. Ketan Deshpande, along with his chief mentor Mr. Santosh Uralikopi, initially began conducting sessions for class 12 students, wherein they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, Fuel has scaled up and is working globally for the underserved sections of the society and has aligned its programs with SDG 4 quality education, SDG 5 gender equality, and SDG 8 decent work and economic growth. Fuel also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives. With its mission to create a supporting community working towards providing youth with the essential information and right career opportunities, and a vision to empower and enable the youth to become the torch bearers of tomorrow, Fuel has given training to 88,000 plus youth in skill development and is working in different parts of India, providing sessions on skilling, career counseling, and academic coaching, while impacting more than 1.1 million youth globally.
Fuel works in a very interesting domain of providing skill development to the underserved community of India, Indonesia, and Uganda. Fuel has reached more than 100,000 youth across different parts of the country. Fuel, having the Apex MOUs with Niti Aayog, AICT, and so on, we are on a mission to make India's brightest skill tech and entrepreneurship university. We need to provide young people with scholarships. Fuel has come up with a very interesting program where young people get scholarships for doing the skill development and also pursuing their higher education. We have partnered with leading companies who want us to catch them young and provide them the talent opportunities so that they can excel in the life. In past 15 years, we have worked in a way that government, policymakers, CSR partners, and industry partners are with us from day one. We have made the dreams of young people achieve to the next heights by inculcating the skills that are required for the future, the skills that are required for tomorrow. Fuel is also focusing on sustainable development goals. We are working for equal gender opportunities by giving young women opportunities on doing skill development and scholarships in our program of talent search and future skills. I'm very proud to share that many girls have got opportunities in leading MNCs under gender and diversity hiring, and they have become prosperous. We look forward to do such more economic opportunities for women and girls who need our support. Digital India, Make in India, Skill India. All of this need quality human resources and skill development to be part of the mission. As our Honorable Prime Minister says, India needs to provide technology human resources to the world. We at Fuel believe to create that fundamental difference with the underserved community of our nation. As it is said, Digital India, Make in India, Skill India. Let's bring together all the young people to give them the future for tomorrow, make them employable, provide them the skills of tomorrow, and enable them to earn a livelihood.
Fuel is currently working with more than 20 leading MNCs and corporations under CSR initiatives pan-India and is working globally with 500 companies' sustainability initiatives and has further partnered with Tier 1 education universities and governments across the globe.
I congratulate the entire Fuel team for the remarkable work done by them over the years. Since inception, Fuel has been the guiding light for the future of our youth.
I would like to congratulate the Fuel team for taking up this important endeavor of launching the Fuel Future Skills Institute. I hope that through this endeavor, you'll be able to achieve the impact and momentum that you envision.
All of us in the industry congratulate you for their vision, and they have helped the youth reach newer heights.
I'm glad to see that you have finally achieved the goal you have been working towards so many years.
Additionally, fuel has been appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji. And Fuel's founder, Mr. Ketan Deshpande, has been awarded the Mahatma Award. Fuel was invited to represent India at Stanford University's Global Entrepreneurship Summit and also had the opportunity to work with the Prime Minister of Poland as well as the First Lady of Uganda. On its quest to empower women, Fuel also contributes to societal welfare by granting scholarships to the girl children of Army Jawans, martyrs, and families of Army personnel. Fuel has its presence across 137 Army public schools in India and supports 75,000 plus defense school students and districts under Aspirational District Program by Niti Aayog.
I was selected for Fuel Scholarship after completing 10th grade in 2019. The scholarship is supporting my education by way of academic coaching and skilling. I did the Fuel Junior Dr. Kalam Fellowship and was allotted free LinkedIn learning access from it. This helped me to hone my technical as well as industry skills like communication, aptitude, MS Office, management, and professionalism. As a result, I was selected for the HCL Tech B program, which enabled me to work with HCL Technologies as a software testing intern. With this program and the courses on LinkedIn Learning, I've been able to step into the corporate world at a very young age.
Over the course of their existence, Friends Union for Energizing Lives is enabling students to excel by making substantial contributions by partnering with 3,500 plus schools and colleges across India and changing the lives of more than 1.1 million students. Fuel is on a mission to become Fuel Skill Tech and Entrepreneurship University, influencing more lives and assisting youth in reaching their full potential.
Please join me in giving a warm round of applause and an extended heartfelt welcome to our estimated guest joining us today. I would like to request Santosh sir to come forward and felicitate Mr. Sanjay Kavatkar, Senior Vice President HR of SBG and the Skill Development of Kalpatru Project International Limited. I request Mr. Deshpande sir to felicitate Mr. Tushar Sachdev, Regional Human Resource Head West of Dabur India Limited. I request Mayuri ma'am to felicitate Miss Maheshweta Banerjee, HR Business Partner of Oracle Group. I request our Pratima ma'am to felicitate Dr. Nidhi Dhanuj, Group Chief Human Resource Officer, of Paraj Industries. Raj Industries, sorry. I request Mr. Santosh sir to felicitate Mr. Ramhari Kute, Head HR Operation of Skoda Auto, Volkswagen India Private Limited. I request Mr. Ketan sir to felicitate Mr. Rohit Sharma, HR Head Operation of Bayer Crop Science Limited. I kindly request the estimated dignitaries present on the stage to come forward and illuminate the lamp of knowledge and skills.
DJ Asif.
I request Mr. Ketan Deshpande sir to come forward and to give opening remarks.
Respected all the dignitaries and HR leaders from all the walks of different industries from Pune and representing large companies in the sectors of manufacturing, technology, and so on. Truly progressive officers, what we call training and placement officers who are present here. Thank you for being with us. Our media partner, CNBC team, is completely here. Thank you for coming here. And on behalf of them, I request you to do not come in the pathway in between so that they will be able to cover you completely on the stage. I also welcome Mr. Mahesh Bommai, honorable industrialist from Karnataka, all the way at Fuel. Thank you very much. We welcome you, sir. It's a historic occasion for us as we inaugurate in the evening our business school, which will be inaugurated by Honorable Minister Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodaji, the Cabinet Minister for 3 portfolios, Women and Child Development, as well as Skill Department and Ministry of Tourism. So it's an honor for us that 25% of the Cabinet portfolio will be here today to inaugurate our business school. As we gather with the purpose to uplift our nation's youth,
through the inauguration of this visionary institution, supported by our industry partners, which also aims to provide scholarships and educational opportunities to the underserved communities. Fuel has been always in forefront in doing work for the society and for impacting the youth. And before we explore the significance of this day, let's take a moment to reflect on the journey that led us here. Fuel, an acronym for Friends Union for Energizing Lives, was founded with a vision to uplift marginalized communities. Inspired by Dr. Kalam, I started this challenging path at the age of 19 to make a difference in the lives of the less fortunate. During the pandemic, Fuel provided support through a COVID relief initiative, reaching 32% of COVID-affected students, 29% of roadside mechanics, 15% of laborers, and 12% of housekeeping and security guards, offering crucial assistance and support. At Fuel, we believe in the power of partnership. Collaborating with global partners has been one of our initiatives which we have been doing from many years. Today, Fuel has partnerships with leading companies in IT, manufacturing, and service industry. And not only we work in India, but we have also expanded our footprints in Indonesia, Africa, and so many other countries. Today, I invite each one of us or each one of you to join us in creating centers of excellence, learning opportunities, and especially all the HR leaders. I invite you all internships, your learning and initiatives, the deserving youth who are present here. They come from the most marginalized communities all over Maharashtra, and they wish to take the plunge, economic opportunity for their family, which they wish to make a real impact in the world. And I would like to tell you from the last 15 years of experience, these young people who are here have stayed in their first organization for a longer than the average youth would stay. They would work more number of hours than what normally you would expect a young student to put. And third, their empathy is very high, and their high value of empathy really helps them to make that connection and create impact on the grassroots. Also, each one of them come from a small hamlet, a village, or a town, wherein once they get placed in such companies, they inspire the entire generation of their villages. Their family comes out of poverty, and they themselves become the role model for the nation. And I think as our Honorable Prime Minister has blessed Fuel with his Atmanirbhar message, in his message and in our meeting with Honorable Prime Minister, sir, as he mentions, Digital India, Make in India, Skill India, all of this need quality human resources. And if we can build this quality human resources, our country will be in the next optical shift of orbits. Today, we see Honorable Prime Minister, sir, speaking in the joint Congress session of United States about our country's glory, entrepreneurship, and spirit of young India. I think we are also blessed with one such US-Indian entrepreneur, Dr. Kiran Patel, sir, who has been ready to support us for the university in coming days. And we have got his commitment for supporting Fuel University in the next 1 year or so. Furthermore, we have also connected to the Prime Minister's office and requested him to inaugurate the Skill University next year for Fuel. And I'm very hopeful that something or the other will come out from it, as the Bhumi Pujan of this building was also done at the blessings of Honorable Prime Minister, sir. The same day we had got his written message, and because of which we had taken this plunge of doing a Skills University in Pune. To all our beneficiaries and the esteemed audience present here today, I urge you to seize every opportunity that comes your way. Make the most of the program and initiatives offered by Fuel and its industry partners. Together, let us pay the way for a brighter future. Let us make that significant difference, because Dr. Kalam sir said, learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our initiative for the benefit of society. Once again, we welcome you all to the Fuel Annual Conclave 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We have a student sitting before who are coming from different regions of Maharashtra for skill development programs in different technology like core Java, business analytics, and AI with Python, digital marketing. 42% of our beneficiaries come from agricultural background, other from industrial, unorganized sector, and small business and services sector. With the domain knowledge, we are also making it sure that they also develop industry skills as well as improve aptitude. Fuel has given LinkedIn Learning access to them, through which they have access to the world-class e-learning content. A MAT test was given to student, which is helping to map employability of a student. We have a few students who wish to share their experience. Can we have a Shivani Tiwari from AI with a Python batch?
Good morning, everyone here. I am Shivani from Akola, Maharashtra. I have completed my MSc from Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. Coming from a family where my father is a daily wager and my mother is a housewife, I always face the financial constraints when it comes to pursuing further training or certificate. However, thanks to my dear friend who referred me to the Fuel organization, I was introduced to the world of possibilities. The training I received in AI with Python is nothing but the short of exceptional. The curriculum is carefully designed, provide a complete understanding of subject matter. The instructions are highly knowledgeable and passionate, making the learning experience engaging and enjoyable. Moreover, the opportunity to obtain a free learning LinkedIn certification has been invaluable. It is not only add weightage to my resume, but also showcase my proficiency in AI with Python to potential employers. Additionally, the MCAT test offered by Fuel organization played a crucial role in my career advancement. It allowed me to showcase my aptitude and skill to companies, giving a fair chance to complete my dream job. The test was well structured and helped me to identify the strength and areas for improvements. Once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for the wonderful opportunity you have given me. Fuel organization dedication, encourage the talent and providing equal opportunities is commendable. And I am forever grateful to your organization and its incredible team. Thank you, Fuel.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you for sharing your experience. Now I will welcome you, Charmaine ma'am, to introduce our honorable guest on the HR panel. Before that, I will request the stage department to change the sitting arrangement.
Hello, everyone. I am Charmaine Khade from Empiric Business Media, and I would like to thank our speakers for their support to this panel discussion here today. I would also like to appreciate Mr. Ketan Deshpande for his faith in Empiric Business Media to put these panels together for them. I will begin with the introduction of the speakers on the HR panel. First, we have Mr. Sanjay Kauthalkar. He is Senior Vice President, HR and Skill Development with Kalpataru Projects International Limited. He is a human resource professional with wide-ranging experience over 3 decades. Owing to his understanding and implementation of HR as a strategic function during his tenure with Kalpataru International Limited, he was awarded topmost HR leaders in India in 2022 by ET Now and the World HRD Congress. He has successfully introduced contemporary HR, L and OD tools and interventions. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sanjay Kauthalkar. Next, we have Mr. Tushar Sachdeva. He's Regional Human Resources Head, West with Dabur India Limited. He is an electrical engineer from SRM Chennai who had a vision and interest in people management. He's worked with organizations like Infosys, United Breweries, and currently with Dabur India Limited since the last 2.5 years, heading the HR function for the West region. Prior to this, he was handling Campus Pan India and managing tech innovations in Dabur. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Tushar Sachdeva. Next, we have Ms. Mahashweta Banerjee. She is HR business partner with Oracle. She is an HR professional with over a decade of industry experience spanning across India's first power utility, CESC Limited, to one of the largest software companies in the world, which is Oracle. Having worked in both a manufacturing, distribution, utility, and a multinational IT organization, amidst diverse cultures across the different regions of the country, has helped widen her outlook and abilities. She leads HR interventions with a focus towards building diversity, inclusion, and belongingness in the organization. Please welcome Ms. Mahashweta Banerjee. Next, we have Dr. Nidhi Dhanju. She is Group Chief Human Resources Officer with Praj Industries. Her professional journey started as a learning and organization development professional about 20 years ago. An avid traveler with a passion for people and cultures. Her core area of work are various facets of human resources, including institutionalization of leadership assessments and development, alignment of business with people practices, diversity and inclusion practices, organizational effectiveness practices, executive mentoring, innovation management, and leadership development interventions. Please put your hands together for Dr. Nidhi Dhanju. Then we have Mr. Ramhari Kutte. He is Head HR Operations with Skoda Auto Volkswagen India Private Limited. He is having solid hands-on experience of 28 years in handling HR, IR, and admin with multi-local plants and experience of green and brownfield projects. In the past, he has worked with VE Commercials Vehicles Limited, Lafarge India, Kirloskar Pneumatic Company, Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company, Pedder Johnson, and Afcon. Help me in welcoming Mr. Ramhari Kutte. We have Mr. Rohit Sharma amongst us. He is Head HR Operations with Bayer Crop Science Limited. He is an eternal optimist with diverse industry experience of over 20 years. He has significant exposure to all functions within human resources and organizational effectiveness, including large-scale transformations. As a passionate advocate of the transformative power of purpose, his mission is to inspire individuals to discover their unique life purpose and unlock their full potential. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rohit Sharma. And I'd also like to welcome our moderators for today. We have Mr. Santosh Hurli Kopi. He is Chief Mentor with Fuel, and Mr. Ketan Deshpande, the Founder Chairman of Fuel. Please put your hands together for all the dignitaries. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Amin, for those wonderful introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Fuel Annual Conclave 2023, and we have interesting HR leaders lined up from the industry for us. Today, as we celebrate the occasion of inauguration of Fuel Business School and Future Skills Summit, let me tell you, these industry leaders bring vast experience, which is crucial for the youth to understand. Let's dive with them, and let me come back to first Mr. Sanjay. Interesting project from construction industry, leading the skill development projects. So my first question to you is, what advice would you give to students in terms of acquiring and developing the necessary skills that are required to stand out in the job market?
Thank you very much. So it's a wonderful gathering here. See, what I could see, the youngsters, they have a lot which is available. And some of you who would agree with me, when we started our career, we had a very limited information about the jobs, about education, about courses, about job opportunities. So you are quite lucky in terms of the information you have available, and you don't have to really ask anyone. Now, that could be a little problem where you have so much information. Okay, you have too much information inflow, which is there with you. So I would request youngsters to, first of all, is to decide what kind of a career you want to make. What do you want to do in next 3 to 5 years, and remain focused, because there are ample opportunities which are available. Once you decide, stay focused so that you will have your path. You know what is driving you, what kind of a passion which works for you. You also need to see there is a cutthroat competition every sphere of life. When you start your internship, when you start your first job, when you go for interviews, and you will find that there are challenges. So you should have options. You should have options whether you also want to join. You want to join the startups, or you want to start your own. So there are, no such set rules for you to start your career. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And moving to Tushar-ji, right from industry of construction to something very different. And Dabur has been doing so much great work in the CSR space also. What are some of the key challenges or opportunities that graduates in this field might face when entering the workforce? Your perspective.
Hello. Yeah. So first of all, and so first of all, for everyone out here, I have a small request. Why are you all here? First of all,
They are here for learning. That's
Yeah.
what I can say.
yeah, I want to understand from your perspective. Do you generally are here to listen to us? Raise your hands.
Raise your hands. Those are here to listen to us.
Genuine, huh? Genuine.
Interesting.
Yeah, great. So my only ask from all of you is, this is just a 1 hour session, right? And panelists have spent decades of time, in the industry. I'm relatively new to the industry, but these people have been for 20 odd years, and just even if 1% of thing if you gather from here, that will be very, very beneficial for your careers. Okay, so please do take that and be very open mindset. Once anyone is speaking. So like Ketan has mentioned, you guys would be entering into corporate very soon, right? And you guys will face very different challenges, right? So just before I give you the answer for that, Ketan, I just want to understand from the audience, what is your dream job? Anyone, please. What is your dream job? Yeah, anyone. That boy in black t-shirt, can you answer? What is your dream job? You're thinking about your own startup. Super, super. That is your dream startup. Okay. Any person who wants to be in corporate has a dream job in mind. It can be anything. Anything. I'm not looking for an accurate answer here. Anyone, please. Yeah. To be placed in Google. Yeah. Super. Super. Yeah. There's one hand raised. Yeah. To work in a cyber security analyst role. Super. Super. So just to break all of your myths, there is no such thing called as a dream job. Okay? There's no such thing called dream job. You guys have to ace certain things, certain transitions, to make sure that what you do is something you really wanted to do. Okay, so I'll give you 5 brief pointers on what you need to do and what challenges you will face, which is a major part of the question when you enter a corporate setup, right? So first is a culture transition. Okay, so as of now, what is happening is you are doing your assignments, you are in colleges, right? आप बहुत सारा काम कर रहे हो and once your mother sees, your girlfriend sees, your boyfriend sees, what they do is अरे थोड़ा काम कम कर लो, पहले खाना खा लो, फिर काम कर ले. They care about you. They are empathetic. They are more emotional about you, right? Once you are into a corporate culture, it's a complete transition, right? Your boss will say, get this work done for me and I need it before lunch. He won't care if you had your dinner, if you had your breakfast, you had your lunch. So that's a culture transition you need to understand. Okay. Second is you need to make sure that you build corporate relationships. Okay. So we do have our emotional relationships with our friends, equities, mothers, fathers, right? Corporate, we need to have these relationships which are built on corporate level. Okay. You need to make sure that you build align with people like to identify who will be there to grow you. You need to connect with them. Third one is upskill yourself each day. Yeah. Once what happens in corporate is now once we enter into a corporate world, we think we are done and dusted. Padhai ho chuki hai, and now we are there to work. No, absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. You have to learn every day. Otherwise, after 10 years back, no one knew about ChatGPT, right? People know about ChatGPT. Yeah. Nobody knew about 10 years back what is ChatGPT. Now see what transition it has brought to the industry, right? Right. And then fourth one, which is very, very critical from your perspective, is be aware of imposter syndrome. What is imposter syndrome? Anyone? Anyone? Imposter syndrome? No? I'll tell you. So what happens is you enter a corporate job and you're working day in, day out, and your manager says, नहीं यार तुमसे नहीं हो सकता, तुम किसी काम के नहीं हो, तुम चले जाओ. दिल पे लगती है, right? So when you feel that way, no, the person is genuinely saying that and I am not that capable to do this job, that is an imposter syndrome. Don't build that, right? You need to make sure that you give your best efforts and nail whatever has been given to you. And the final one, I'll just take 30 seconds, is smashing the deadlines in first 5 years of your career, right? Your boss says you need to do this task in 3 days of time. Make sure you do it in 2 days, right? Smash the deadlines. There's no such thing called, I want to chill around also, I need to have work-life balance. These are very cliche terms. First 5 years of your life in corporate, you guys need to nail it. You need to smash it. That's where you will build your careers. Yeah. So these are 5 points I have. Yeah. Just to those who are looking, when you are having your internship. So most important is please seek to have at least 3 to 6 months of internship in the various organizations, be it at site, factories, especially the site locations where you learn a lot. So just keep that in mind. That makes you a solid person to get into the jobs. And what he has said, you will experience that when you go there. Thank you. Can you give me one extra mic here? Yeah. I think this is okay as of now. Yeah, this is better. Nidhi, I think commendable to see you from a psychology to your master's and PhD, and I think you have gone to the depth of HR. So probably you as your own career path as a HR leader could share from how you could start and where you are, because the question revolves around how an HR leader grows into the organization. And a lot of people might be interested to get into HR as a role also. So from that perspective, plus overall, you could take up your own case study and speak about it.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to being here. Such a rainy day today, but pleasure to being here. For me, honestly, it was very easy. मुझे बहुत पहले से पता था कि I wanted to be in a profession that surrounds me with people. And what I didn't know is that the other part of HR, where it's not just about loving people that you need to be in HR. HR is a lot about just about loving people. HR is also about analytics. HR is about logic. HR is also a lot about having to withstand taking very tough decisions. Because sometimes you need to take very tough decisions and you become the face for the organization. So while it's a very important aspect, an attribute for an HR professional to be able to connect with people, it's just one of the aspects. There are so many other aspects that you need to integrate and intertwine into this profile for you to be a well-rounded HR profession. For me, I'm a daughter of an armed forces, so agility comes very natural because we move every 3 years. We see different cultures. We grow up understanding that agility is important, resilience is important. It toughens you up if you're an army child. So that gives you an edge. I started my career with, I started studying HR and psychology in LSR and started loving it in Delhi University. Went on to do my master's in HR, and I had no idea or even a context of doing a PhD. But US gives you that opportunity. I was in the United States and my advisor told me to do an HR. The professional career has been extremely rewarding, and just one of the aspects, and all of you can find me on LinkedIn. Aajkal ke bache, I don't need to run you through my bio, but couple of things I'll just leave you with. When it comes to a profession, especially for women, I see so many girls here, so many women here. There will be times when you'll have to choose between your professional career and your family. And I come from a very supportive family, and in spite of that, वो मुकाम आपके टाइम में आएगा. And there it's all about how do you also build networks in your family. Today I come in contact with so many women who outsource the whole parenting, who outsource a lot of other aspects. Ultimately, you have to build your network in such a way that both your professional and personal careers go hand in hand. And relationships are going to be very important. Couple of things I'll just talk about as HR professional, like I mentioned. Make sure that you like to be with people, but also make sure that you're able to be resilient. You have a learning agility, what Tushar mentioned, and you are able to take tough decisions and live with it. Those are very important attributes for being a sound HR professional. Thank you.
Okay, the next one, the Ramhari sir, you come from Skoda, if I'm correct, and coming from a manufacturing background, and we see whenever you ask students about careers, and I would definitely add to this question. What I'm asking you is, they do mechanical engineering, but when you ask them, I want to take a job. And you know, all most of it is like IT driven. So you come from a very large Volkswagen, one of the world's largest car manufacturing company. I want your advice to some of the youth here who take up core subjects in their graduation and how they can build their career in particular.
Thank you, Santosh. So, thanks for inviting me as a panel member, and I'm getting opportunity to interact with you. Basically, I'm coming from the industry which is making cars. Our plant is based out of Jharkhand, and roughly around we manufacture 600 cars per day. So our focus is always our cars are based on the IT concept. If network is not working, then our car manufacturing will stop automatically. So basically, we have a lot of opportunity. The people coming from mechanical engineering and others who are who have a learning ability in the sense some panel members already mentioned that continuous learning is the only key, because technology change is a routine matter. Now, you know that number of cars coming in the market. You go in the market, you see different car. You go in the market, you see different handsets coming in the market. So definitely it is a challenge for all of us. Being HR is a big challenge to upskill of the employee. Because technology get changed, definitely we need to train our people again and we need to make them ready for the upcoming technology. So this is a major challenge, and I think for the candidates who want to make career in automobile or this industry, they need to keep themselves updated with new technology change, keep collaborate with the different colleges, get it, understand what is the technology coming, what car manufacturers are going to come, what type of car models are going to come. So I mean, we need to keep ourselves updated for going in a car industry. The manufacturing setup like car. Hello. In addition to this, I think not only this, innovative is the key challenge. And yesterday I was attending one conference wherein it is clearly mentioned that we are lagging in research. We know that whenever we want to some research, you can understand our Indian automobile company get collaboration with different German companies or Chinese companies and all. Why? Because we are lagging in research. So I think good challenge for all of us is that research, if you want to take more interest, then you can start working on research, and there's a big, huge, good challenge in coming days on research. So I mean, this can be most of the points mentioned by Nidhi and other colleagues. So I think that's for growing career. But for automobile, we have to make somehow some additional learning on IT tools, and that can make life simpler. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One thing, just taking a clue from Nidhi, what Mr. Kute has said, that when you grow, since your brain works, you have a right brain and a left brain. So the left brain talks about logic, number, data, structure, figures, and the right brain talks about innovation, creativity, emotions. Okay, so we need to have a balance. And we call this as, when you have a balance, we call this as a wholesome brain. So when you grow, when you make a career, be it in the R&D, innovation, HR, technical, digital, have the combination of both the right brain and a left brain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rohitji, you come from Bayer. But I want you to speak more about when these students are coming into job market, probably this year or somewhere come next year, what tips you would give for them to prepare themselves for better for the interview? What technology tools could be used better? And some tips so that these guys are getting their job opportunities.
Sure, and thanks for the question. I think it's very important because one thing is getting through the learning process, another thing is actually getting a job. One thing that I want to clearly state is that by getting a certificate, we become trained, we don't become educated. So we should strive for getting educated. By educated, I mean understanding the concepts that we are studying. So what happens is, when we are looking to hire a fresher, of course, we are not looking for experience because there is none. But what we are looking at is that the candidate has understood the concepts which have been taught for a particular subject, whether it is HR, finance, or any technical subject, marketing, etc. And have they looked at practical implications of those? If those things are there, then I think we have got a good candidate who again gone through a training in terms of the organization culture, the organization context, will be able to do well. Otherwise, what happens? There is a struggle, because if the bases are not ready, then there is a struggle. Secondly, everybody has spoken about learning agility. So one thing that we need to look at is how we are able to showcase our learning agility. For first few years, what we should be looking at is only learning. Let's not look at, obviously it is important, but let's not look at the package, let's not look at the benefits, etc. We should look at the organization which is providing us the maximum learning opportunities. And that is something that we should be able to tell and invest in our interviews. Third thing, and very important, whether it is for a first time or an experienced people like us, is the preparation. Don't take interviews for granted. Don't take them casually. You need to prepare for them well. You need to do mock interviews among yourselves with your teachers, etc. You need to prepare well for it. And because what happens, preparation shows. And because all of you, when you get into the job market, there will be first interview, second interview, third interview. You need to learn from every experience. Just don't make it a point of got selected, doesn't get selected. Learn from every experience. So I think those are the things which I will say. And today everybody is talking about brand, personal brand. So obviously you need to look at where you are looking at branding in terms of LinkedIn and in terms of other kind of things. But what kind of branding? Just because you have got 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 followers doesn't make you a brand. And what kind of content are you sharing? Is it some AI generated content, or is it something which puts you as a thought leader, or at least strive you in a position of a thought leader? So that's also something we need to define for ourselves as to what kind of brand are we trying to create. Because now everybody is a brand, right? That is a fortunate and unfortunate part both, but that's how it is. So I'll request all of you to look at as to your studies, try on becoming real educated and preparation. That's what it is. And keep on a mindset of continuous learning. I keep on saying that if learning stops, winning stops, jeetna band, seekhna band, to jeetna band. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you come from Oracle. Oracle is definitely a great company for many of them. Can you raise their hands for Oracle as a great company? Few? Okay.
Very few.
Because you have so many job openings, so you can all fit there. So my question to you is, this future skills, when we talk and you are recruiting for all the latest technologies that are coming up, it is moving at a very fast pace. Like, although we want to catch up, we teach AI 1.0, the industry is already at 3.0. So when you are getting fresh resumes, because these are all freshers, and how much ever we run fast, industry is always going to be running faster than the academia. So any advice from you, being an HR practitioner, you get thousands of CVs. What is that few things you see and try to keep them on your table, and rest of them probably throw them out of your place? So what is that advice you would have, like a magic wand to be those kind?
Okay. So very good afternoon to all of you. And thank you very much for giving us this time and listening to us, because time is the best gift that you can give anyone. Because ek baar de diya, wo wapas kabhi nahi milega. Isn't it? So use your time wisely is one of the first things that I will tell you. Now, with respect to the IT industry, the waves, there are multiple waves that will keep coming from time to time. As said very rightly, by the time one, upskills themselves to one level, the industry has already moved, right? And when we are hiring or whatever we are doing within the organization, we have focused towards having an outside-in approach. For those of you who do not know, this is coming from Dave Aldrich's model. So outside-in is to understand where the industry is, what are the challenges this business is facing, where are we at this moment, and what is my response, like HR interventions or hiring or learning and development in the organization is basically the response of the organization to the external trends. So I will not say that, you have to be on the top of the trends at all the time, because that is not possible, right? The trends will keep changing. But what is very important, as the esteemed panelists have been saying, is to continue to learn. Please remember, there are two very important things. Your altitude in life will be determined by your attitude and your aptitude, right? Aptitude can be slightly lesser. You may not be as skilled as is expected, right? Skills can be learned, but attitude or matter of character is something very important. When we hire people, we train them, right? It is not like on day one, you will be expected to do some cutthroat innovation, which will, bring in the next trend in the industry. No, that never happens. Nobody expects that. And I would believe my co-panelists would agree that no one expects that from the freshers. At the same time, for any fresher to also believe and feel that just because I have arrived, and especially with the Gen Z, the latest gen which has entered the market, the digital natives, the influencers who feel that we have arrived, we have an opinion, and we can make all the change. या फिर 4 महीने हो गए, why am I not getting to the next level? One really needs to understand that you have to give it time. You have to continuously learn. You have to learn on the job. You have to be, abreast with what is the latest in the industry, right? So as I said, skills can be learned. Character or attitude is something which is foremost. If you are somebody who at least exhibits the potential to learn or exhibits the potential to be true to yourself when you're at your workplace, that is what will enable the organization to choose you in, right? That is what will get you that position. Now, once you're in, that is the place where Sir just mentioned, building your brand starts from day one, right? You may enter and you may feel that mujhe koi nahi dekh raha hai, main fresher hu, but that is not the fact. From day one, you are being observed, and whatever you do leaves a mark of you. It's your signature. So make sure whatever you're signing off is of that good quality, and that is how your personal brand will be built, and that is what will help you grow in the industry. So keep learning, have that, growth mindset. That is graduation ho gaya, I know that will not help, because this is as one of a very famous book is there which says what got you here will not get you to the next level. So what got you that job, again at a fresher level, take you to the next level of your career. So you have to be ready to burn the midnight oil, continuously learn, and be a person who is authentic. That is how you will grow. And just to add one more point that Rohit had mentioned about imposter syndrome. So especially because we see a lot of women here, imposter syndrome is something that generally affects women much more, right? What is it? What if people find out I am a fraud? You do something well, right? But in your mind, you're just not ready to accept that you have done it. You will say it is by luck, ho gaya, somehow it happened, right? Somewhere we women have a tendency to underestimate the potential that we have, right? So that is where it is very important to continuously hone that space where you're able to believe in yourself, that what you're doing, if you've done it once, like past predicts future, if you've done it once, you'll be able to do it again, right? So believe in yourself, have the right attitude and the right mindset, and a growth mindset for that matter, and be abreast with what is happening in the industry. That is exactly what will take you in as well as take you up in the roles that you can get into. Thank you.
So much. And very interesting insights. I'd like to tell you, Mashweta, that Oracle is partner for Fuel. Glad to share with all of you that Oracle is going to sponsor for us under their CSR responsibility the 50 scholarships for the postgraduate program of Fuel Business School. And these are for all girls. So very interesting update came yesterday. So we are glad to share with the entire team and all of you that Oracle is going to partner with Fuel. Moving ahead, and I will just change the sequence now. First, let me go to Dr. Nidhi. There are a lot of women who want to aspire and take plunge careers. And we saw your profile. You went till passion, hunger, discipline, which is called PhD, and you've tried doing that. So what would be your advice to them who want to aspire till the last apex career in their life? So
Thank you for that, Ketan. So I'll just wear my personal and professional hat both. If you look at it professionally, 35% of women enter the workforce as trainees. 35%. That's not a small amount. But come 8 to 9 years in their careers, the big drop happens, and it's only about 10 to 12% that we are left with. 8-9 साल बाद सिर्फ 8-9% women रहती हैं workforce में. India is one of the unique countries in the world, and I'm very passionate about this, which is growing year on year. But the percentage of women in the workforce has actually declined from 28% to 25%. So it's an alarming situation. And why does this happen? There are 2-3 theories, and I have my own theory. One is, of course, if women move out of their own region or their homes, it's very difficult to find the context and make sure that they have someone to take care of the family. And that's also the time comes 7 to 8 years, they start getting married, having children, that they start having some support system in a new city. And most women drop out because of that. So how do we look at building support structures for women? The idea is not to, I mean, this is beautiful, but, I would love all of you to go ahead and have beautiful careers and extended state, like, Ketan said. The other thing that's happening, which is a very interesting phenomena, is since there are not many women managers, most women managers report to male colleagues whose spouses don't work. And they are not able to understand and empathize with women professional as working professionals. So it becomes a big dilemma for them. आज छुट्टी क्यों चाहिए? Daycare से कोई और नहीं उठा सकता क्या बच्चा? और क्या कर सकते हो? But अगर बाई नहीं आई तो आपको क्यों जाना है? Those kinds of questions, because they don't deal with it themselves. These are very practical aspects, but they don't deal with it. So it becomes very difficult. Most of if you just look at it, majority, that's what starts happening. And, the third is also the mindset of women. Yesterday I was talking to a woman, she was leaving me. I said, क्यों जा रहे हो? नहीं, आंटी ठीक नहीं है, आंटी अच्छे नहीं है, आंटी वो नहीं. मैंने कहा, आंटी कौन है? Auntie is my mother-in-law. I said, why are you calling a mother-in-law auntie? She said, no, it has to come from within for me to call her mother-in-law. She's taking care of your child. If you have to call her a mother-in-law, call her right. It's okay. As women, sometimes we get too caught up in the feminism war. Let's get out of it. If your mother-in-law is supporting you, taking care of your child, please call her I. It's okay. We get too caught up in this whole feminist movement. So it's both hands have to move together, Ketan, for us to have more and more coming and making it to the apex professions for women to reach CEO roles. And women have to have support structures. Please create relationships with your mother-in-law, father-in-law, with your relatives. They are going to help you raise your children. They are going to help you, support you. You can't wage a war with them. I see so many women doing that. So, I think we have to understand the context totally in the holistic way. How can men support women? How can women support women? And how can society support women? Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I think we got a very, very good insight, Nidhi. I think all men also have to learn this, because there is an equal contribution from everyone. If women has to come into workforce, I think there is a role of men to do that. Coming to Tushar, we all see a lot of these students who come from tier 2, tier 3 cities and colleges, they have a lot of technical knowledge, but one is they are not able to present themselves. And networking, we keep telling about networking, be it digital networking or even physical networking when they meet. So some tips for these youth to, if you ask a question, I'm very sure the 8 out of 10 would know it, but none of them will answer it. And that creates a problem when they go for group discussions and interviews and, the whole process of HR process. So I want you to highlight that why it is important and how to do it.
Thanks for that, Santosh. So, very valid point. Networking is the king, period. There's no second statement to it. Huh? If you don't network, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, right? जो आप नहीं, if you have the skills, you don't show it. मुझे नहीं दिखाओगे, HR लोगों को नहीं दिखाओगे, कैसे पता चलेगा that you are worth it, right? You have to show what you have, and networking is the king. And I'll give you a ancient story about it. It's a small story. मौसम अच्छा है, so you can bear with me for like a minute. I'll give you a small story. Huh? So back in 1920s, in Alaska, there was the first telephone line which they had to lay. It was a 120 odd kilometer line which they had to lay. And all these gentlemen in the company, they were discussing how they want to do it, and what are the strategies behind it. Kaise hum line bichayenge. And Alaska, if you guys know, it's a snow full of snow land. Huh? So these guys did that. They managed it, and the telephone lines were working perfectly fine. They were happy, and all of a sudden, what happens once the winter comes in? Their telephone lines got smashed. Yeah, they were not working. So a chopper was hired. They did a tour of the chopper, and what they found out was, so once the snow peaks, तो जितनी भी telephone lines की तार रहती है, the cables you have, snow गिरने से नीचे आ जाती है. And at that time the tech was not that strong, so the cables were only functioning when it had a straight line. Huh? So बर्फ गिरने से क्या होता था, वो नीचे आ जाती थी. So now what they thought was, what we'll do is, because it was a 120 kilometer odd distance, right? So what they thought was, we'll send in our workforce, and hum baraf hatayenge, and we'll see how it goes. Baraf hataya, and automatically once the weight of snow was done, the cables were back, and smooth functioning started, right? But it involved heavy costs, right? 120 kilometer odd, getting your manpower to remove it all. So these guys were thinking what to do. And why I'm putting this story into networking is now is the relation to it. So these guys were not able to find any answers behind it. Okay, it's a cable company. They are providing telecom services, right? There's an intern who is sitting there, and from 6 months she's noticing that these guys are having this problem. And why networking is also called the Alaskan networking, I'll tell you now. So this intern told the MD that, I have an idea which I want to pitch in your meeting. And, she's an intern, she's just studying. And MD said, yeah, I will listen to it. Yeah, but no major, response to it. What she started doing was, so this girl is a pure vegetarian girl. Huh? She's a vegan. And the MD is a hardcore non-vegetarian guy. So once he comes in for lunch, he moves to a buffet counter, which is a non-veg counter. This girl started going to a non-veg counter. Huh? She started following him. And, once in a while, she used to say, hi, sir. Yeah, I told you that I have this idea. And, I generally would want to tell you this will save dollars. And he'll say, yeah, I'll listen to it. 3 months, 4 months. She did that. Yeah. And then this guy was, jab 4 mahine mein kuch usko result nahi mila, he hired strategic partners and everything. And so this guy was like, yeah, there was an intern who wanted to, give me an idea. Can you call her? And this girl came in, and there was a strategic panel sitting in. And he says, please go ahead. What's your idea? So this girl says, the 120 kilometer belt which you have, the Alaskan belt it is called, it has a lot of Alaskan bears. Bhalu, bear, yeah, a lot of Alaskan bears. And what these bears are hungry about, they move into these 120 kilometers to find food for them. Okay. So this girl gave an idea, ki why don't we put in meat, on the trees. Okay. The entire belt is full of trees, full of snow. Why don't we put meat there, right? And we come in, and what happens is, when the bear comes in, he'll try to grasp the meat piece, and automatically once the tree pushes, the snow will fall down and the ropes will start working. And everyone was like, no, we are not a meat company. Please, you leave the room and this and that. 1-2 mahine hue, kuch solution nahi nikla, and they thought we'll do this. Okay. And they did that. They sent a chopper, and this before the winters were coming in, उन्होंने पूरे trees पे meat plant कर दिया, right? And once the snow was there, and they waited patiently to see what happens, and they saw this effect that bears came in, they tried to grasp that meat, and the snow fell, and the fires were working perfectly fine. Amazing, right? This is an intern who she doesn't have any knowledge of telecom. She doesn't have any knowledge of, what the industry is working on, but she has an innovative mindset, right? And that is exactly what we are looking for. Secondly, networking. if she could have been of that thought process, ki, I have already once told the MD that, I have an idea and he has rejected it. So let's be okay with it, right? But she constantly pushed for it. She made that mark on his mind that yes, there is an intern who is very confident about her idea. Let's listen to her, right? This is what you have to do. You have to be so strong in your networking that you ace the game. And just one small story I have from my personal experience. I'll just take 40 seconds, Santosh and Ketan. So, when I joined Dabur, I was heading campus pan India for them. Okay. And I'm a tech freak. Any new tech on the block, I know about it. Any new technology, I know about it. I'm an HR, but I'm a tech freak by nature. So, because I'm an engineer as well. So, I always wanted to do something related to digital plus HR. And, this time we didn't have any roles which were, in Dabur, which are related to digital. So I was always meeting my vice president who heads the entire India function. And, I always used to tell him that I'm interested in digital and tech. And why I was talking to him was because I scrolled his LinkedIn profile and I knew that he's a bigger tech freak. Okay. He had liked posts which were tech related. And I got to know that he's the man for me, right? This is how networking begins. You try to find your targets, you know which people will help you ace you in your career, and you try to get in touch with them. So I was always, my lunch hours are 12:30 to 1. I don't have breakfast. I directly have lunch, right? I changed my habits because this person was having lunch at 2, 3. I changed my habits. I started going to lunch at 3. And, once in a while when I saw him sitting alone, I'll sit with him and I'll discuss. And what happened after 6 months is there was a job opening which they had, and leading the digital space. They wanted to inaugurate AI into their into piece. So I said, you can save costs. I'm okay to work on the same salary. I don't want any more salary, but why don't you give me this shot? Yeah. So he thought about it and he gave me that shot. And 6 months after that, I successfully implemented AI in their interview model. So that's how you build it, right? Networking. And this is the most critical aspect. You can learn skills like my fellow colleagues have mentioned. You can learn how to groom yourself, but networking is something you can start learning from right now. Right now means right now. You can follow us on LinkedIn. You can get us a connection request. This is the starting of it, right? Then identify where you want to groom your careers and build on it. Yeah. Sorry for taking so long. Huh?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Very insightful because we keep talking networking, but these kids, maybe we'll call you again for an hour session where you can inspire them to do the right networking. Sanjay ji, you come from a hardcore infrastructure company, and we all talk like India is growing, and from 3.5 trillion to probably 5 trillion to more, and infrastructure is going to play a very important role. And a lot of resumes will come to you, and in the world of this digital, I'm coming to that part, and also I want you to touch upon jobs in your sector. Is the digital is so much that the students sometimes copy paste the resume, even the name is not changed, to that extent. So you might be coming across, I'm just giving one flaws of what these students kind of come across, and some do's and don'ts for these students, because they're all entering job market. They all need tips from people like you. And also I want you to touch upon a little bit about your own sector, how jobs are available.
Thank you. So let me talk about the infrastructure first. So the infrastructure, the civil infrastructure, power transmission, and all these sectors have a immense opportunity, and there is a huge impetus in the country. And let me give you an example of metros. Okay. Now, the metros are not going to be only in the metro cities or the state capitals, but they're also going to be there in various other cities. And you name, so you have Pune, Indore, Kanpur, Cochin, Nagpur, and so many other cities. So there are job opportunities for civil engineers. There are job opportunities for the various skilled workforce. Even I talk about the workmen also. Okay, that's one. Second is there are opportunities when you have a multi-skilling. So if you have a couple of other skills, you get more chances, and also you have more, opportunity to increase your pay. You may get a pay of 1.5 times or 2 times of what you were probably drawing. Now, talking about the resume building. So I think my colleagues have already talked about it. So people would look for your originality. People would look at how you present yourself, your executive presence, your uniqueness. You're not copying, and anything which you copy, people would have this caught easily because they will have thousands of candidates who undergo. And whatever you do, it is certainly you're not natural. So if you are natural yourself, you are able to present yourself, and the area which you choose, which is passionating, probably that will help you to grow and work on various opportunities. Another thing is that when you do mistakes, please continue to make mistakes. If you make mistakes early in your career, you learn faster and you will be able to work on that. Also ensure that you don't repeat the mistakes. Okay, once you commit a mistake, learn from them, and also learn from your colleagues, your friends, those who are into this, experienced people. So you'll know what is right, what is to be done, where we shouldn't make mistakes. Remain high on the integrity. Have your original authenticity, your personality, you will be far successful. Thank you.
So adding to that, Oracle and I'm sure tech company, we call today's world WhatsApp University, and I also run a technology company, so I know this problem. Is people want their jobs on WhatsApp, salaries also dictated in months. Why I'm saying the use of technology for jobs, or and writing to you, any professional tips you want to give, and some don'ts actually, especially specific to I'm saying WhatsApp actually.
So the main tip here, please don't use WhatsApp for jobs. This absolutely is unprofessional. Like there are so many technologies these days out in the market, and you're here to show your best self, right? You do not want to come across as somebody who is stalking someone, because there have been times when somebody took my CV from LinkedIn, took out my phone number, messaged me 10 o'clock at night that I think your company has a job, can you please refer me? And I was so scared that what is the kind of mentality that a person has, that there is no integrity. They are taking your number without even taking any position whether they should reach out to you or not at 10 o'clock at night. Again, just because IT companies and global multinationals, they look very fancy, and okay, they're like, they might be there 24/7, does not mean you get into anybody's personal space. And WhatsApp, for that matter, is definitely personal space. Yeah, so never ever message people over WhatsApp saying that, okay, can you give me a job? Please approach, you're entering the professional world. Please approach professionally. And please remember one thing, once a perception is created that he or she is like this, it will be very difficult to remove that perception for life, right? So one has to be very careful when you're writing, reaching out to people. As again, Rohit was mentioning, try to understand who this person is. LinkedIn today has all the data, what they do, what are the things they're interested in. Do you find any commonality? If you're reaching out, please have your, the letter or the mail, the message that you're sending to them over LinkedIn in a very professional tone. While a lot of research, Google says that informal relations lead to better productivity, but that will happen only once you've entered the job force, right? Only once you already know them as people, not before that. So pinging and, and again pursuing. So messaging once, again in 2 days, hi, I had sent you this. Did you see it? Getting into that informal tone. Please be very careful of these things, because again, these are, building those perceptions about you, the person. So if I am looking at a person who is reaching out to me saying that, ma'am, I am such and such, tell about yourself. Yeah, tell about yourself, who you are, what is the value you add. Everybody has skills, everybody is trained, but not everybody is educated, right? What my co-panelists were mentioning. So everybody has skills. I am C++, I am Java, I know PLSQL. That doesn't help. But how you can add value or what difference you can make is very important. Second is, I think very important today is to understand the purpose. As at the very start, we were saying there is no dream job, right? But you have to understand what is it that you are good at, what is it that you want to become, and who is your future self. Okay, so identify with your future self and represent your future self to your prospective employers, that this is what I can bring to the table. When you're reaching out to people, having it put up in a very professional manner, and also please use a language which you're comfortable with. Again, very often I have seen somebody reaches out, sends a mail, and then in that mail there is I am is I am is I am at once. Okay, it's not even, there is no punctuation. So you do not need to show that you are like very nobody wants somebody who is like over smart and saying a lot of stuff. You must be honest with your communication. Write little bit, but write in proper clean English which is understandable. Do not follow up and pursue again and again. That again becomes not a very appreciated trait. And as I said, show what you're capable of, what potentials you hold. Yeah, and that is how, and also as they have been saying, please go through the person's profile to understand who they are, what they do. Sometimes people, I'm an HR business partner, I'm invested in DNI and women leadership development coaching and all. Somebody writes to me saying, hi, I see you are a recruiter at Oracle. I'm not a recruiter at Oracle, right? So you please know who this person is even before reaching out to them. Because again, these are, spaces where people get, they are not very happy with. If, you just write something like that, just following up at odd hours, following up continuously. So represent who you want to be in future, show up as an honest and authentic person with what you're capable of. I think that gets reflected and people are able to understand, and eventually you will definitely start getting responses. Yeah, so I think that would be it.
Thank you. Thank you. Rohit ji, we keep telling like your first job is not your last job. Whenever a job offer is given, a lot of students only see probably at the salary component, and it's your first job I'm talking, like you are just graduated and someone is offering you a job, but they don't want to take it looking at so many aspects and money being the main aspect. So you all grew up from your start to where you are today. And same question I'll ask Ramhari sir also to conclude in the last remarks is advice to these youth that grab the opportunity, work so hard that probably that organization will recognize, or you will have 5 more offers from your competition. So kind of your advice to the youth.
So, hello. Yeah. So I'll just start with, obviously you might have seen my LinkedIn, but I'll just start with my story. So I was born and brought up in a district in Rajasthan called Kota, which is now very popular. It has become a coaching hub for IITs, etc., etc. But I was there before all that happened. Me, my batch, and then subsequent batches were made this thing possible. So obviously, when there was this increasing awareness about this IIT, so 2 years completely into not looking at anything else. It's like Arjun saw that bird's eye. It was like that thing for us, IIT, and IIT didn't happen. Okay, so obviously it was like first heartbreak, right? It was dil toot gaya chan se. So that's what it is. But then obviously life moves on. I got into a engineering college. I did my engineering. Then I did a job in sales and marketing for 5 years. Then I did my master's in computer science. And I did software, project management, program management again for 3 years. Then I got into services. Services in kind of all this uh, services that TCS, Infosys, Merck, etc. All these companies do. It gave me an opportunity to learn HR, do HR for multiple organizations, give me an opportunity to travel across the world. I was just counting as to how many countries I have traveled. Give me the sense that it has got me exposure to different cultures. And then I also took a step back, did my MBA from IIM Lucknow, and then obviously now in HR. So you see, life has taken a quite a turn, and what we call it technically is pivoting. And it happened. I was not purposefully doing it, but as we say, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, right? So that's how it is. And I think whatever life has happened, whatever it has given, there were good times, there were bad times. But when I look back, I look at it with a lot of gratitude, whatever has happened. So, and it is okay, because as a person, you are also evolving every time. The person you are today will not be the same, will not be the person you will be 2 years, 3 years down the line, right? And if you're the same person, that means you're not evolving. Then there is some problem there. So as we evolve, and outside the microeconomic situations are changing much rapidly than they were in my times, right? So, and everything has a tipping point. So it is not that artificial intelligence was not there, but last year in November, December, when GPT came, it was like a tipping point, and now people are talking about losing their jobs, new jobs coming in, etc., etc. So these things will keep on happening. What we need to do is keep ourselves relevant. And that we can only do when we keep on investing in ourselves deliberately. It will not happen otherwise. We'll have to keep on helping deliberately. And as I said, don't look at your first job as a dream job, or as a look at from an opportunity point of view, what opportunity you will have to learn and grow. That's what I think we need to look at. Life will happen. You will grow. You will get a better compensation. You will become VP, senior VP, director. All that thing will happen. But you need to have patience, right? You need to calm down a bit and look at what is there today, what will be there in next 6 months, 1 year. So you'll have to have a very short term, medium term. I don't talk about long term, because we don't know what is going to happen in long term, because long term is very uncertain nowadays. So that's what you need to do. Pull yourself back, keep on introspecting. That's something that we have stopped doing. We don't reflect, we don't think about it. Life is so fast, right? So try to understand yourself first. So I think that's what we need to do. Jobs will happen, life will happen, things will happen. But what you are is something that you need to identify and just work accordingly. Don't look at first job is like the job. Things will happen, and things will happen for good. Thank you.
Here, since we are talking about first job and we are talking about the uncertainties of life, just to add another fact, a global phenomena today is not having that job also, right? So what is very, very important, and I tell this to all people, that I come across, is to realize that your job description is not your identity. That is a part of your life. And if you're good at what you do, you will definitely get the recognition. You will definitely get the next job. Sometimes it becomes like we are so intertwined with that job that, ye nahi raha to fir mera life hi kya hai? Main kya karu? We all, get into the second pandemic, which is of, depression, the mindset, right? We get so scared. So please remember, you are much beyond your job description. You are all the things you do. You are all the people you meet. You are all the experiences you have. You are all the passions you follow. So if you are good at what you do, you will definitely get another job, and even better one. And there will be people in the industry who will see your potential and help you grow. So there is nothing that will stop in your life just because a job ceases to exist. So please remember that and have great careers ahead.
Okay, I think you get overdose. Looks like all panelists talking what is read, what is required. आपण इंटरव्ह्यूला जावं की नाही आता, आणि इंटरव्ह्यू द्यावा की नाही अशी परिस्थिती निर्माण झालेली. कारण प्रत्येक पॅनल मेंबरने सांगितलंय तुम्हाला की काय माझ्या हिशोबाने तुम्ही ॲज इट इज, म्हणजे तुम्ही जसे आहात तसं, फक्त तुम्ही लर्निंग अप्रोच ठेवा आणि शिकायची तयारी ठेवा. म्हणजे मी कंपनी जेव्हा करिअर चालू केलं सुरुवातीला, मेजरली टास्क कसे असते की आपल्यामध्ये प्रॉब्लेम जास्त असतो तो कम्युनिकेशनचा असतो. की आपण बघतो की आपल्याकडं जे मुलं चांगल्या इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये पास आउट झाले त्यांचं कम्युनिकेशन स्किल स्ट्रॉंग असतं, तुमच्याकडे आयडिया असतात पण तुम्हाला त्या बोलता येत नाहीत किंवा त्या व्यक्त करता येत नाहीत. आणि त्यामुळे काय होतं की जो तुमच्याकडली आयडिया तो जो जास्त चांगल्या पद्धतीने प्रेझेंट करतो आणि तो गेन करतो. त्यामुळे तुम्हाला जे आयडिया येत असतील ना, तुमच्या काही मनात विचार असतील, थांबू नका, त्याला थोपू नका, बी ओपन आणि सांगत चला. जी आयडिया तुमच्या मनात असते, एक उदाहरण असं छोटंसं उदाहरण होतं की आमच्या प्लॅनमध्ये एक कार बनवली आणि बनवल्यानंतर तिची उंची जास्त झाली, तर गेटची जी साईज होती त्या गेटच्या बाहेर निघायची शक्यता कमी होती. आता ते सगळे विचार करायला लागले की हा गणित चुकलं कसं, म्हणजे कुठं चूक झाली, गेटची साईज जास्त झाली कमी आहे आणि कार उंच का झाली. त्यानंतर समोर एक सिक्युरिटी गार्ड तो बघत होता की काय करायचं, गाडी कशी बाहेर काढायची. त्यांनी एक सोल्युशन दिलं की फक्त चाकातली हवा कमी करा थोडी, गाडी काही सेंटीमीटरचा फरक होता, गाडी बाहेर आली. कोणाची आयडिया कुठं क्लिक होईल ह्याची काही शक्यता सांगता येत नाही. तर मला असं म्हणायचं की तुमच्याकडे कुठली आयडिया असेल, असं सांगितलं जातं की कुणाच्या वी हॅव आयडिया प्लस स्कीम वेन पीपल आयडिया करच्या लेवलला दिला, जेव्हा ITI पास असतो, जो इंजिनिअरिंग नसतो त्याला ती पण नसते, पण ही कम अप विथ आयडिया अँड वी अनालाइज अँड वी थिंक दॅट हाऊ ब्रिलियंट आयडिया इज, सेव crores rupees in that. मला असं म्हणायचं की यू गॉट लॉट ऑफ इनपुट फ्रॉम द पॅनल मेंबर्स, दॅट्स रिक्वायर्ड डेफिनेटली, अँड क्लब इट टुगेदर. बट पाहिजे काय, कॅरेक्टर फार महत्वाचं झालंय आजकाल इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये. युअर कॅरेक्टर इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. आय एम कमिंग फ्रॉम अ जर्मन कंपनी वेरिन इफ यू एनिवे कधीतरी तुम्ही सांगितलं की तुम्ही खोटं बोलताय आणि प्रोसेसची प्रतारणा करताय, सिस्टीमला फॉलो करत नाही, तर तुमची नोकरी स्टेकवर असू शकते. आणि तुम्ही एका कंपनीत जर तो जॉब त्यामुळे मिस, तर तुम्हाला दुसऱ्या कंपनीत अपॉर्च्युनिटी मिळणार नाही. तर मला असं म्हणायचं की सुरुवातीपासून तुम्ही कॅरेक्टर आणि बी ट्रूथ, जे सत्य तेच सांगा. एका वेळेला एका कंपनीत सोडताना आपण काय करतो, बरेचसे एम्प्लॉय आमच्याकडे येतात, ती पहिल्या कंपनीतली जी पे स्लिप असते ती बदलतात, कारण जास्त पगाराचा नोकरी पाहिजे असते, आणि मग ती बदलून आणतात. त्यांना वाटतं काय कंपनीला कळत नाही. कंपनीच्या सिस्टीम बॅकएंडला भरपूर काम करत असतात. बॅकग्राऊंड व्हेरिफिकेशनचा जो कॉन्सेप्ट असतो त्याच्यामध्ये तुमचा CV पूर्णपणे चेक केला जातो, तुमचे सर्टिफिकेट चेक केले जातात, आणि त्यात जर चुकीचं आढळलं तर यू लूज जॉब अँड यू विल परमनंटली लूज युअर कॅरेक्टर. त्यामुळे मला असं म्हणायचं की वेन एव्हर यू कम टू एनी इंडस्ट्री, किंवा पहिला जॉब मिळाला, आता आपण दुसऱ्या मित्राला बघितलं चांगलं ओरॅकलमध्ये जॉब मिळाला, तिसऱ्याला बघितलं IBM मध्ये मिळाला, आणि देन वी गेट फ्रस्ट्रेटेड. डोंट कम्पेअर विथ अदर्स, लुक ॲट व्हॉट इज द अपॉर्च्युनिटी फॉर यू टू गेट इट लर्निंग. मला शिकायला काय मिळतंय, पहिलं फोकस आपलं फक्त शिकण्यावर असावं. या कंपनीत मला शिकायला किती मिळाल, पैसे तुमच्या मागे ऑटोमॅटिक येतील, बट तुमच्याकडे स्किल नसेल, नॉलेज नसेल तर काही चालणार नाही. टेम्पररी वाटतं मला पगार चांगला मिळाला, कंपन्यामध्ये 2 दिवस टिकणार नाही तुम्ही. जर तुम्हाला कंपन्यात खरंच काम करायचं असेल, टिकायचं असेल, तुम्हाला हार्डवर्क, हार्डशिप, अँड देर इज नो वर्किंग अवर्स लिमिट. वर्क लाईफ बॅलन्स वगैरे आपण गोष्टी बोलायच्या आहेत त्या, परंतु तुम्हाला जर इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये काम करताना तुम्हाला कुठलाही विचार नाही करायचा, मला ह्या कंपनीमध्ये माझी पोझिशन कशी बनवायची याच्यावर फोकस करायची. त्यामुळे मला असं म्हणायचं, कुठलाही पहिला जॉब मिळाला, लुक ॲट व्हॉट इज लर्निंग ॲबिलिटी इन दॅट कंपनी. मला शिकायला काय मिळणार आहे का. डोंट लुक ॲट मनी. आय मे ऑफर सम कंपनीज, आता कॅम्पसला आमच्याकडे येतात, दे मे ऑफर द पॅकेज लाईक 25 लाख रुपीज, आणि काही कंपन्या तुम्हाला 10 लाख पॅकेज देतात, पण यू गेट अ लॉट ऑफ लर्निंग. 10 लाखाचे 50 लाख व्हायला 1 वर्षात लागेल, पण तुम्ही जर 25 लाखाच्या कंपनीकडे गेला, यू विल नॉट गेट लर्निंग. मग तुम्ही क्लर्क बनून राहाल, यू विल ग्रो स्लोली. सो इफ यू वॉन्ट टू ग्रो फास्ट, गो अँड चूज अ कंपनी वेर एव्हर यू गेट अ लर्निंग ॲबिलिटी. थोडक्यात असं आहे की जितक्या गोष्टी सांगितल्या तितक्या समराईज करा. स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन 2-3 स्किलवर. सगळ्या स्किलवर काम चालू केलं करायला तर तुम्ही कुठंच पोहोचणार नाही. स्टार्ट वर्किंग डे बाय डे, हळूहळू प्रॅक्टिस करा. कम्युनिकेशनला तुम्हाला माहिती आहे की आपण दररोज जर बोलायचा प्रयत्न केला, आपल्या मित्रांकडनं फीडबॅक घेतला, तरी आपल्याला कळेल की आपण वेर वी आर, बोलायचं कसं, किंवा कुठल्या जॉबला इंटरव्ह्यूला फेस करायचं कसं. आणि डोंट गेट ऑन इंटरव्ह्यू क्रॅक. हा, आम्ही जेव्हा इंटरव्ह्यू घेतो कॅन्डिडेटचा, कुठलाही सिलेक्ट होतो, त्याचा अर्थ असा नाही होतो त्या कॅन्डिडेटला काही येत नाही. He may not be relevant for our company, but he may be relevant for some other activity.
तसं महाश्वेता म्हणत होते की त्यांनी जॉब आहे, जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन हे डिफाईन केलेलं असतं कंपनीने त्या स्पेसिफिक जॉबचं, बट इट कॅन चेंज. तुमच्याकडे जर स्किल असेल तर इट गेट ऍडेड व्हॅल्यू. त्यामुळे डोंट लुक ॲट व्हॉट इज दॅट, बी कॉन्फिडंट, बी फेस इंटरव्ह्यू विथ कॉन्फिडन्स. एक नाही दुसरा, दुसरा नाही तिसरा. ऑलवेज थिंक दॅट की एक अपॉर्च्युनिटी बंद झाली दुसरी अपॉर्च्युनिटी ओपन होणार मला. असं म्हणतात की प्लस मायनस सेम. म्हणजे मी परवा आम्ही जागृती फाउंडेशन आळंदीच्या जवळ, वी वेंट ओव्हर देअर टू जस्ट टू visit girls, blind girls. One girl who got score, she got selected in IM, and she is a blind, 80% blind girl. So she has a dream that she want to crack IM, and she crack already, and she is a student of IM. So we just presented a laptop. So her dream is quite big, and she started with that. So even though, but her intelligence level is quite high. Why? So God has given something which is in equality. प्रत्येकाला काही ना काही चांगलं दिलं. ज्याला ते शोधता आलं तो यशस्वी झाला, ज्याला नाही शोधता आलं तो फेल झाला. म्हणजे तुम्हाला तुमच्यातलं टॅलेंट काय आहे, कुठलं तुमच्यातली स्ट्रॉंग टॅलेंट कॉम्पिटन्स आहे तो शोधायचा आहे आणि त्याच्यावर काम करायचं. देन यू डेफिनेटली ग्रो अप एनिवे. इथं कुणालाही देवाने हे वेगळं केलेलं नाहीये. ज्याच्याकडे काही कमी असेल त्याला दुसरं काहीतरी जास्त दिलेलं असेल आणि ज्याला समजलं तो यशस्वी झालेला. त्यामुळे मी सिंपल सांगेल की व्हॉट एव्हर द टिप्स गिवन बाय अदर पॅनल मेंबर, कॉपी इट, वर्क ऑन इट, and go ahead. Thank you.
So before we conclude this panel, thank you very much for joining us. It's an interesting panel and we had great industry insights. And as we conclude with Sanjay ji's one wonderful exercise. Over to you, Sanjay ji.
Thank you. In fact, जिस तरह से जो पैनल है आज का, आई फील क्वाइट प्रिविलेज्ड एंड लॉट ऑफ enriched, and I would say I am personally enlightened. Thank you for this. Okay, so let's do 2 small exercises. Okay, are you ready? You'll have to stand up. Are you ready to stand up? Okay, so you now see that the monsoon has finally arrived. Okay, and how the raindrops, they do the sound. Can we do that sound? The raindrop sound. How does it sound? Okay, so raise your left hand and put your first finger of the right hand and start hitting it. 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers. All right. Thank you. Now remain standing there. So such a wonderful panelist. I think all of you, I'm sure you have learned a lot. So what we can do is we should, give a pat on your back. Okay. So how do you do this? Raise your right hand. Okay. Put it on the back and then back it. Okay. So all of you are privileged and lucky to have you here. Thank you, Ketan. Thank you, Santosh, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And with this, we conclude an interesting panel. Thank you, Sanjay ji, for the wonderful exercise. I thank all of you from bottom of our heart. Thank you for coming here, sharing your views, openly sharing it, and a lot of insights. I also must thank HR leaders for giving those very important and practical tips. I think it's very rare to get those, and you're so humble enough to get those. What I learned from this journey was also that each one of them have taken small steps in their career and have gone to this level and at this stage. Each one of their journey is phenomenal. We are going to invite you for your story sessions in coming years after this inspiring talks, and I'm sure you'll grace that occasion in future. On behalf of Fuel, I thank you all. Thank you for guiding us. We look forward to partner with you to take these steps and guidance which you are given to our students. Dear distinguished guests, students, thank you for your patience hearing. And now we have some housekeeping announcements related to the lunch, and we all will move to lunch slowly. Over to you, Anchor, for the more details. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As we came to the end of this remarkable event, it is my privilege and honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all the individuals who have contributed to the success of this gathering. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests, Mr. Sanjay sir, Mr. Tushar sir, Miss Maheshwati Banerjee ma'am, Dr. Nidhi Dhanuj ma'am, and as well as Mr. Ramhari Kuting for gracing us with their presence and sharing their invaluable insights with us. Your wisdom, knowledge, and guidance have truly enriched this event, leaving a last impact on all this in attendance. Let us carry forward the spirit of empowerment, learning, and collaboration that has been fostered here today. Continue to strive for excellence in all our endeavors. Thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead. I will request everyone, let us take a moment to capture this memorable event with a group photo. Now I request assigned students to take all of our members as per their location of food. Rest the students will sit here and all the TPOs will move forward on the first floor where the food arrangement has been done.
Shams and our team will guide.
Sham sir team will be guide you.
Right, get it? Right, get it? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check.
Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, mic check. Mic check. Vibration, vibration. Mic check, check, check. Vibration, vibration. Bass chemical. Hello, hello, mic check. Highs, highs. Eco, eco. थोड़ा सा वाढव फक्त कमी नको करू वाढव वाढव इको वाढव बेस बंद कर इको हेलो माइक चेक हेलो हेलो माइक चेक ऐक ना रोहन इको आणि मिड वाढव हेलो
Hello, hello. Hello, my check. Hello. Hello, my check. Ron. You can't even made a What do they? Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello. check, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello.
तर हे लावलं ते.
आवाज कमी येत नाही. नॉईस कमी. बाकीचे दोन कुठे? हॅलो 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 माईक चेक चेक. हॅलो 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 माईक चेक. झाडू बिडू मारायचं का बघा थोडं. हॅलो हॅलो माईक चेक 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 माईक चेक चेक चेक. हॅलो हॅलो माईक चेक. काय? हा हा. हॅलो माईक चेक चेक. दोन झाले हे. अहो ते फ्युएलचे तर नीट चालले, तुमचं चालत नव्हते नीट. हा काय आपले अहो आमचेच चालले, आमच्यावर भागले इतके वेळेस. दोन माईक लावून दे मला. वायरलेस कोणी युज नाही कर. वायरलेस युज नाही कर. मला हे माईक दिसेल.
Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Huh. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Mic check.
I request anchor to come on the stage and request all the media team to take your positions. All students, I know you had a great lunch, but you have to be awake because we are having a very How is the Josh? Good. Raise your hand. Those who are awake. Fantastic. Thank you.
Hello.
Mic check. Check. Hello. Mic check.
Welcome back, everyone, after a good lunch. So, dear guests, distinguished attendants, and honorable participants, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Today, we gather here with a for unleashing excellence. Proudly host this remarkable event. Let me introduce you to Fuel, an organization that optimizes passion, dedication, and empowerment. Founded by the visionary Mr. Ketan Deshpande sir. Fuel embarked on a transformative journey at a young age of 19. Initially focused on a career counseling, Fuel gradually expanded its scope, establishing a solid foundation in skill development programs. Today, Fuel stands as a symbol of the hope, inspiring countless individuals to pursue their dreams and unlock their full potentiality. It is my honor to announce the inauguration of Fuel Business, marking a significant milestone in our journey of empowering individuals. Moreover, I am delighted to share the Fuel has received the letter of intent from the Ministry of Skill Development of Maharashtra to establish Fuel Scale Tech Entrepreneurship University. This university will offer degree courses in emerging skills, future contributing to the development of nation's workforce. Over the past decades, Fuel initiatives have yielded expansionary results, transforming the lives of numerous individuals. Here are some notable accomplishments. More than 1,827,000 youth have been trained under the Future Skill Training. Career counseling has been provided to over 10 lakh youth. Guidance and scholarship have been extended to 72,581 children of our Johns. We call them soldiers. We have successfully implemented 25 plus CSR partnerships and utilized a CSR fund of 100 crores. Fuel has established significant collaboration with AICTE and Niti Aayog to support the implementation of skill development programs. I will request technical team to play the Fuel video.
energizing lives, works towards empowering and uplifting the underprivileged youth of the country by giving them access to education, career counseling, and skill development. It also enables them to move forward in life by giving them economic opportunities. So let's take a look.
As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, Fuel, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other, lack essential information and opportunities to succeed in life. Taking this into account, founder Mr. Ketan Deshpande, along with his chief mentor, Mr. Santosh Puralikoppi, initially began conducting sessions for class 12 students, wherein they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, Fuel has scaled up and is working globally for the underserved sections of the society and has aligned its programs with SDG 4 quality education, SDG 5 gender equality, and SDG 8 decent work and economic growth. Fuel also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives. With its mission to create a supporting community working towards providing youth with the essential information and right career opportunities, and a vision to empower and enable the youth to become the torch bearers of tomorrow, Fuel has given training to 88,000 plus youth in skill development and is working in different parts of India, providing sessions on skilling, career counseling, and academic coaching, while impacting more than 1.1 million youth globally.
Fuel works in a very interesting domain of providing skill development to the underserved community of India, Indonesia, and Uganda. Fuel has reached more than 100,000 youth across
I will request Shaman ma'am to welcome you all the honorable guests present on the stage.
We will now start with the CSR panel. I'll introduce the guests and we can felicitate them as well. First, we have Ms. Archika Srivastav. She's head of corporate communications and CSR with Heikel Limited. I'll tell you a little bit about her. She is an astute media and communications professional who is also acting as the focal point for her company's CSR initiative Pan India and building relationships with community partners and key stakeholders. She has spent over 14 years spearheading the positive brand building initiative, PR campaigns, and employee communications of companies like SRL Diagnostics, Mastech Limited, Sun Pharma, and Roche Diagnostics, just to name a few. Please put your hands together for Ms. Archika Srivastav. Next, we have Ms. Satya Naidu. She's Manager CSR with Marico Limited. She has worked in the social sector for more than 12 years as a development specialist. In 2010, she's graduated with a master's degree in social work from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. She oversees CSR at Marico Limited now and works on governance, strategies, and the creation of the program's execution plan. She has worked with reputed companies including Asian Paints, Tata Trust, and Tata Power. Please put your hands together for Ms. Satya Naidu. Now we have Ms. Madhura Talegaonkar. She is Head Corporate Social Responsibility and CEO of Bajaj Electricals Foundation, Bajaj Electricals Limited. She is a highly accomplished professional with 20 years of experience. She brings a wealth of expertise to her role at Bajaj Electricals Limited. She is not only a skilled CSR leader, but also a trained POSH expert, actively promoting safe and inclusive work environments. As the CEO of the Bajaj Electricals Foundation, she combines her extensive experience, commitment to social responsibility, and dedication to DEI principles to drive an impactful change and uplift communities. Please put your hands together for Ms. Madhura Talegaonkar. Now we have Ms. Aparna Pandey. She is Assistant Manager CSR with BPCL. She is an experienced CSR professional with a demonstrative history of working in the oil and energy industry. She is driven towards a development sector focused. She believes that community development and business growth go hand in hand and cannot be mutually exclusive. Please put your hands together for Ms. Aparna Pandey. We have Ms. Akansha Tiwari. She is Deputy Manager CSR with Fiat. She is a certified corporate social responsibility, may I add a gold medalist, and corporate communications professional with over a decade of experience in defining, developing, and implementing strategic CSR initiatives aligned with business objectives. Her strong credentials include graduation in sociology honors and post-graduation in social work. She has wide experience in leading community initiatives and community programs, developing and leading high-impact PR strategies, multi-stakeholder partnerships, and CSR projects. Please put your hands together for Ms. Akansha Tiwari. And introducing our moderators for this panel, we have Mr. Santosh Hurlikopi. He is the Chief Mentor for Fuel, and Mr. Ketan Deshpande, the Founder Chairman of Fuel. Please can we have a round of applause for all the dignitaries?
Thank you, Chairman, for those wonderful introduction. Dear friends and students, you must have seen what a great experience all these industry stalwarts have. And in fact, when I was speaking to them informally during the lunch, they said we have empowered you to be the moderators of this session. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. On that note, let me start with Satyaji. Having done your Masters from Tata Institute of Social Science, successful CSR projects and initiatives undertaken by your organization are creating a lot of impact on grassroots. And we as students and all the engineering graduates would like to understand what are some of those interventions.
First of all, thank you so much for being here, and it definitely make us 10 years back when we were, attending sessions and hearing people, we know that we will reach here, and I'm sure that same kind of aspiration you should always have. So somewhere it started sitting in such sessions, asking questions. It starts there, having aspirations sitting there, stating, I want to be this. And learning is a process, right? So that is very important. I started with an organization where vocational skills was the paramount of everything, right? When you want to enter a corporate, how you can enter is by getting those, getting skills, okay? And that's also security to your, from an employment perspective. So this is how you bring certain cadre of people away from insecure job space to a job space. This is how you empower them to create more vocational skills around soft skills. And then you give back what today we were, I think 10 years back, we were saying, oh my God, India's population, how are we going to manage? To a journey here today, we say we have so many people. Now, started with skills and believing in livelihood being one of the most important segments, I was continuously focusing around how I connect the dots every single time. Even if I am heading as a education person, I have to bring back to skills. If I'm leading women entrepreneur, I like skills. So I realized somewhere having skills, you are giving the most important thing to the community. You're not stopping them. You're not stopping them by saying, here you go, this is a fund, you can spend. I'm saying, here you go, here's the skills, now fetch for us. You have to struggle. We all have to struggle. Let's struggle together. Let's fight together. So that's how you bring the entire thing. So start from CSR. The strategy is to bring skills and entrepreneurship in people.
Thank you so much. I think moving on from skills to actual ecosystem, I have looked at Bundaji from long years, and I have fond memories of coming and presenting you fuel. A great shift has happened in the CSR ecosystem. Can you share some of those innovative approaches you feel in your lens?
So good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all awake behind there. Yeah? Okay. I would like to really compliment Fuel and Ketan especially. I but look for any inspiration from what I can relate to and what you all can relate to because they're here is one, Ketan. We didn't have a funding relationship, okay? But he always came without fail, without an attitude, always updating on the progress, on the work, and always reaching out. So one of the skills that you all have to learn in life is how to reach out to people and build and sustain those relationships. It's really taken him 10 years for me to come over here and sit and talk to you, but he did not give up. I would also compliment Charmaine for that because I actually, and I feel really bad, I turned the invitation down 3 times, and this is the 4th time. I said, I have to go, come what may, right? This is one skill that you all need to nurture forever for life. How to approach people, how to build relationships, how to sustain relationships, and how not to give up. Now, coming back to CSR. CSR is fairly new in the terms of the 2% money that we get to spend with the communities. What is 2%? 2% of your profits, which is a compliance requirement. Are you all familiar with CSR? Yeah? Okay, so I'm not going to waste time on that, right? What changed dramatically in the last 10 years is the approach that we had to take as corporates to be more responsible, not just to dump our funds somewhere, but strategize largely, not just for the building the image of the corporate, but also with the community. Skilling is something which is extremely essential, right? But skilling is also something which I'm going to say honestly over here, I was calling it like a bubble burst because the amount of money that was getting poured into skilling and the outcomes that were coming out of it, right? We literally had to blacklist some organizations in the very beginning, when funds were being pumped in and the priorities were being put in. And obviously we need to skill the youth, right? That the youth need to have stability. The youth need to have a vision. The youth need to build their own careers, their own ways of earning income. So from there to last 10 years, we have, I think, drastically moved and positively and progressively. So from almost thinking that this is not going to go and we're not going to get the outcome and the returns, we have seen a big graph which has gone up, which has gone down, and now steadily going up, right? whatever comes in large measures and whatever comes immediately and instantly may not necessarily always be good. We did a big skilling program very initially called Project Disha, which catered to literally the bottom of the pyramid, I can say, more aligned with our industry. So in Bajaj, you have something called as Bajaj Appliances and Bajaj electrical projects. So we have transmission line towers, power distribution. So we try to work on in skilling in areas which were like actually at the doorstep, treating people to be outdoor technicians, electricians to service us, to be small rural entrepreneurs for last mile servicing of the products, or rural entrepreneurs to service as service delivery agents for, say, the Gramin Vidyutikaran Yojana. We did trainings for after sales repair technicians. So actually, we work in the brown goods industry, right? There was no curriculum in skills for brown goods, even with the National Skills Development Corporation. So we actually helped design a curriculum to create technicians which would not just help us, but would also elevate the industry as such. We also tried to do small programs on basically training and shop demonstrators. It's a huge amount of work that's available. So, there's a big dichotomy or irony or whatever you can call. We have these huge, skilling programs going on. We have this huge mass of, the youth which are there. There are huge mass of opportunities that are there. But this marriage is not happening properly. So we are very thankful that we have organizations who have sustainably tried to work on this. We have tried to innovate in CSR in such a way that we have tried to have some legacy projects, but we have also taken projects which are directly impacting the communities. Like I work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we work in the remote areas like Northeast, like Leh Ladakh. So where certain communities can never be connected to the main grid. Even if you have a design, it's not possible for the actual remoteness of that. So we have actually built a separate, off-grid, to work with these off-grid companies. It's been an award-winning, project for that. We have partnered with CIIE, IIM Ahmedabad. It's a part of IIM Ahmedabad that we've actually created, I believe you have a center in Jaipur. I'll be very happy to visit that. Whoever is from Jaipur, whoever can visit our center, we have created a center with CIIE, that's basically Center for Innovative Alternatives, called as the Anand Bajaj Limitless Ideas Hub, which is basically to promote entrepreneurship in the creative sphere, in the local artisan sphere, to promote, women entrepreneurs, traditional entrepreneurs, to then take them to a different level. Of course, along with the other, the tech and all the other and the alternatives and the green entrepreneurs that we are working along with. So this is a project which we pitched under the Social Incubation Hub, and it has been going very well. We get good data. So whoever is here from that center can also go and see what kind of work is being done. So we have tried to be innovative in whatever opportunities that we have got. It requires good amount of compliance, also a risk-taking appetite. Because unless you take a little bit of a risk, in life, and also ensure that you have an appetite for it. If you don't, it's fine. Not everybody should be a risk taker because you don't want to have regrets in life. But if you do, then you have to also develop a thick skin for it, right? There may be again ups and downs. There may be some periods. So even your programs will go through this kind of, especially if you're innovating. So everything cannot be innovation. So something has to be legacy, something has to be mainframe, and something has to be kept in the sphere for innovation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for enlightening us. Maybe Santosh, you want to take next.
Thank you. And Akanksha ji, you come from Fiat and a very large multinational, and there will be companies' objectives, there will be CSR objectives. How do you balance that, and what like a method you use so that it also creates an impact at the grassroots?
First of all, thank you so much, Ketanji and Santoshi, for giving us this opportunity. Very rightly said, Fiat, being a multinational company, works on the strategic approach of 3 Ps, which is planet, profit, and people. So we try to engage those activities of CSR wherein we are making an impact in the lives of people, which is also sustainable.
It is not a one-time activity, one-time donation, or not just look into output and outcomes. There is a difference between output, outcomes, impact, and sustainability. These are four total different arenas that we look into. So when we talk of impact, it comes over a period of time. It is not in a matter of say 1 year, 2 years. It's a range of years depending on the activity that we look into. So we try to cater and we try to focus on those activities which it will give us output and outcome, but also would give us the strategic way of looking into business and making an impact in the lives of people, which after a period of time, when we look back, will actually make a difference to them, and they will remember our as a brand image, brand name, or by brand identity. So this is how we look into. We first and foremost look into how we are impacting our people, then the planet, and of course, profit comes after that.
Thank you so much. And I think just Madhura, I wanted to add about Ketan you mentioned. I always tell people like give example of him. If you just give a thread to Ketan, he'll climb Mount Everest. Like that's the level of vigor and the commitment he shows in all the things. So Aparna ji, you come from BPCL, a very large Indian conglomerate, oil company, and so many other things all over India presence and globally also. Such a large company, and I'm sure such a large budgets which needs to be spent. How do you prioritize where to spend, how to spend? Can you give some heads up and also maybe a little ideas on how fuel also can further collaborate?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Ketan ji, Santosh ji, for the opportunity to be here and to discuss about what my organization BPCL does in terms of CSR. BPCL is the Fortune 500 company, it's a Maharatna company in oil and gas sector, second largest company in India in terms of oil and gas sector. When we talk about CSR, CSR has been a structured approach in BPCL. We've had a policy in place, a CSR policy in place, CSR committee of the board in place, much before the Regulatory Act came into being. It came only in 2013. But since much before in 2010s or earlier 2000s, we were doing philanthropic activities for the communities because we were taking a lot of resources from the community. We having our operations, plants, refineries all over India. That kind of responsibility was there with BPCL. So starting from there, then the law has come into picture. The policy was put up, and the committee built in order for the CSR activities. We had identified 5 major core I would name the thrust area, which is education, and these are like basics which is required to have a sustainable life. Education, skill development, health and sanitation, community development, and women empowerment, including environment sustainability. These are the 5 areas in which BPCL works, including the Schedule 7 activities, which has been enlisted in the Companies Act. These areas are not limited to what I said, but also goes beyond wherever we can make a positive impact to the community. But BPCL, what Sir has asked was, what are our priorities? How do we prioritize the project? The first priority for BPCL or any sustainable program would be the community. Community for us has always been a sector. We take care of the needs of the community. We identify the community. We find what is the necessity of the community. First priority. Secondly, since we are a PSU, we are governed by a lot of guidelines which comes from the government. So taking care of that. Since Niti Aayog's aspirational districts have come into being in 2018, we've been taking projects in and around a strategic aspirational districts, wherein we also have our business locations as well as, marrying these two. So we collaborate with district administration, we collaborate with state governments, we also collaborate at central level. These are the priority areas. We align our organizational goals to the project goals. if it's aligned with what we want to achieve, what our business plan is for the year, that is the objective of the program. We marry both the two, and that is how we take care of the initiative. And of course, time to time monitoring of our program, and of course, again, after the amendment in the law in 2021, impact assessment has become a buzzword. For us, it was already being there. We had been doing the impact assessment of our program, but now since it has become mandatory, that also is a priority for us, that our programs needs to sustain even if the company exits from the program. So that's how the project cycle is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to share, Fuel has a MOU with NITI Aayog and aspirational discuss. And we work on skill development and education. We are the partners for our 5 years. Probably that's an aspiration discuss or point. We are one of the first partners. Coming to Archana, there are youth here who wish to know about CSR as a career and what it really means as a, probably in their student language, you can say that someone wants to pursue this line. And what is that and what are the roles in this one?
Sure. Thank you, Santosh, and thank you, Ketan, for having me here. I just sorry to say, but your question makes me a little proud today because I think among all the people over here, I'm a comms person, a communications professional, and I can say very honestly that CSR is something which I'm still learning because it doesn't. It's not something which I've done all my career, and it's something which I'm still learning after joining Heikel, because a lot of activities which my peers here do, I am still not doing because I'm only looking at CSR and I don't really look at ESG when things come into play. But having said that, I am very passionate for this particular field, and that's why I have always volunteered and I've always asked for it. Like I want to do this. Also, learning is something that we do it. So even after so many years of spending my life in communications, marketing, I think as professionals, we are always learning. There's so many things coming up. There's so many new reforms. As she said, the act came in 2013. So there's so many things which are coming up, which we need to kind of learn. And what I can say is that basically I think one thing which we have to think when we are talking about CSR is that it is basically, CSR professional is a person who is connecting community to the boardroom. So you have to be as humble as people on the ground, and you have to be as assertive and as professional as people in the boardroom. So you have to really be that connect between the two. So that is what you need to be a CSR professional. And I think a really, a passion and to kind of do something for society and to be somebody who is willing to go extra mile to connect with the stakeholders, connect with the community, connect with too many people to understand what are the real issues on ground is something which, that kind of appetite is something that, a CSR professional has to have. We were just having little chat while having lunch, and this is what I see in every person, sitting here in the panel today. And I feel that is the biggest thing which I think you need. And if you think you have that, I think making a career in CSR is not that difficult. And you can, I'm sure plenty of courses and Fuel is also offering. I think then it is the right thing for you. That's what I think.
Thank you. Probably next questions also people can add, because a lot of youth are aspiring and CSR is a growing space. There's a need for youth to join this army of CSR. Aruna, coming to you, is a buzz about employee volunteering. So, what is right employee volunteering? This part of
employee volunteering is basically it's a value-driven thing in my organization these days. So Bajaj Electric is very strongly believes that every individual who comes on board as an employee has to commit and begin with this journey with something called as individual social responsibility. We also have something called the Department of Social Responsibility, and then you have the Corporate Social Responsibility. So that's, and that was not a question in the this, but we are probably the only company which actually embeds it in a performance management system. We have a very competitive, outlook towards how the employees will contribute their time. With the departments of the cross-functional departments, they commit to do about 16 to 20 hours in a year. There is something called the CSR rating. There's something called the CSR incentive. There is individual rating and departmental rating. It's not token of monetary incentive, along with performance incentive given, but that's more like an honor, like, this is what I want, have an alpha, and so on and so forth. We also honor the employees who contribute the maximum in the number of hours for the areas that we operational. We also honor the CSR champions that are appointed in each of the departments as change makers and take them every year in a CSR report program. They're born to lay Ladakh to actually work with the community to install the on-grid solar electrification programs in villages and schools there. There the villages being lit up for the first time. We must thank the current most of the electrification had happened. It's not like it has happened for years. But today we can say close to 90% connection have been done, to reaching out to the last mile. We also have the best CSR impact award along with the awards which are like for sales, for best projects in your business. One is the both of the foundation day. So this is how we give it importance. This is how we actually define it in the entire culture of the organization. So you start with giving, you start with doing, you start with ideating. We also use the platform there, you join the collateral, the subordinate, boss, all come together on the weekends to actually create programs to have the time of the company. And it's an absolute level up. It's a level up. It's a you can basically an influencer. You can and you can use the opportunity to network. So all these soft skills, that very difficult in a normal course of action or work. You can actually use the platform to better yourself as an individual and also as a professional.
Thank you. This was a question out of syllabus, but it was very much important for everyone to know. Yes, please.
Just to that, I would like to add that, of course, employee volunteering is also important for any organization who's doing a good work in terms of CSR. With Fiat especially, we also encourage the families of the employees to be a part of it. So suppose if I am there, I'm an employee, my mother and father can also volunteer for any of the activities, be it plantation, be it, spending some time with the specially able children, or any activity that they want to. And commitment is not a question. If I can devote even for an hour, they'll connect to the CSR team, and we give the privilege, we give the platform even to the family members who wants to contribute to CSR activities. The idea over here is not just the duty or just the compliance or just a tick mark to your KRA or adding the number of hours. It is about creating the essence and feelings of being a responsible individual. Forget about the fancy term of CSR. Each individual should be responsible to give back to the society, because somehow or the other, we are taking in sources from the society. So it's not just corporate, but yes, being an individual also giving back to the society via your corporate's initiatives.
So much. Thank you. Satya ji, this is for you. Some of the CSR projects in the past which you have done, and you feel that you would share the success story, kind of one or two maybe success stories based on your past experience. And also I want your TIS background to come in that.
Hello. So this means student, okay? Student life is happening, okay? So when we start going into the field, we have our own understanding and perspective about field and what we can do. We all go with ready, as in like there is a book. We go with like as if we have to follow that guidelines and we'll do it. We have when we enter field as a student, we think we'll go and change the world. But when we get opportunity to work, we realize so much less in our control, and still we have to do it. We have to convince so many people about our idea of social change. And that's where I think we have to build our skills to convince many people. It's a challenge when there's a boardroom full of people who are engineers. And I'm talking to them about a tribal woman who needs a job opportunity, right? Now I have to talk in the same language that I can convince both the segment of the society, right? So talking about what I and how I use what I've learned during my test journey, when I was not even aware how to speak in Odia, I was placed in Orissa, somewhere in Banigocha, okay, tribal area, and I don't know how to communicate. Language was a barrier at that time, but we communicated because we wanted to learn. We did all kind of sign language to explain the basic thing. Yeah, I want to what.
Hello.
So we use sign language to communicate the, a tribal community that, can I get water? I don't want to eat so much rice, right? This is the basic kind of skills that you learn during your student days. And the same thing you need to use and remember, and humble enough to remember that when you get a chance to speak to the board, you explain that what you're trying to do is very important from your perspective, but is it equally important from their perspective? You want to change that community, that tribal community, to start growing moringa for you. Do they want to grow moringa? Moringa is a drumstick that we are talking about, right? Shevga, right? So if you go and speak to a tribal lady to grow moringa in your field, go please start growing moringa in your area, how convinced they are, right? So to bridge the gap, it's very important. So you don't talk about corn with the farmers. You don't talk about, you're not supposed to talk, okay, listen, how about you give me 1 kg of corn? But I'll go and say, if I want to empower that woman, that 1 corn cob, which you sell for 1 rupees per kg, when you just grill it, add some salt and pepper, it is sold for 10 rupees. And then when you sell it in a mall, it is 120 rupees. So you explain the community how the monetary side work about the same corn they are growing. That's how you communicate with the people, right? You need to teach them about your understanding of community, and that's how you marry the entire concept of it. So what I learned in this is to how to communicate with the most, I think, what you call the last mile of the community, right? That's how you communicate. You stay with them, you start learning, you eat like them, and that's what you go and sell it to the boardroom. Thank you.
We're having some glitch on the mic. We are working out in the background. While we are doing that, it's also fixing up the responsibility, right? So thank you so much for sharing that. And just the CNBC team, just give us a thumbs up once the audio glitch is on. While we are discussing CSR and while we are discussing about the social problems of the community, I want to go to Purnaji about these young students come from very rural areas. Girls come from a lot of hamlets or villages where the population is also less, but they want to pursue higher education and do it. And they look at all of you as leaders in the industry and doing a good community work at the same time, getting a good support from the corporate. So some advice for those young girls who aspire to go into corporate India and want to take that plunge. Maybe Atmaji, you can say.
Thank you, Ketan ji. What a lovely question. So I'll start, since you said they aspire to be like us. I would like to start from the panel itself. I'm so glad to be, like we were discussing at the lunch table as well. I'm so glad to be part of this group, which is an all girls group, which, rarely seen. And when we talk about the students who are here, my first advice would be there's nothing and nothing which can replace hard work. So that is a given. Hard work has to be there. There has to be certain kind of opportunities which, as a society, we need to reach out to the children, and then they can put on their hard work into it, their hearts to it. It's not easy. It's you mark my words. It's not easy starting from there and coming till here. I'm not saying that this is the end. We have a lot to go ahead for. So I think the right kind of opportunities, the hard work, and the will and the determination to do it and not get bogged by what the society norms are would be some of my advices to the young girls who are looking up to us. And thank you for looking up to us. Thank you.
Now I'm feeling bad I didn't get this interesting question. But one thing I would like to definitely tell young girls over here is you have to take care of your mental and physical health, right? Because a life cycle of a girl is obviously different than that of a boy, right? There's so many things by choice you may want to opt for, not want to opt for. That's your journey. And fortunately, we are in the stage where we can today be empowered to take a lot of decisions for ourselves. Nevertheless, I remember Michelle Obama's statement where she said you can have it all, but you may not have it all at the same time, right? So you have to be prepared to wait. And for that, you have to ensure you focus. And of course, this applies to the boys as well. You have to ensure that you do focus on staying strong mentally, like, not be like, suddenly there is something, that's happened, somebody's like shouting and talking, and that's fine. I mean, men take it all the time. So you have to build in a mental toughness. At the same time, whatever life cycles you're going to go through, you have to start taking care of your health. I have been through personally very bad health crisis, but because I was very fit at your age or whatever, and I was doing everything right, I have been able to survive that. At the same time, not give up on my career because I like what I do. So please ensure that all of y'all, be it girls, more so girls, but even boys, take care of your physical and mental health. And I'm going to also take the liberty to talk about addiction. It's cool to get up in the morning and go for a walk. It's not cool to stay late in the night and go for a date. Define the cool. What's cool for you? What's cool for your health? What's cool for your family present and that you're going to build for yourself.
Thank you so much. Do you agree? Yes or no? How many of you agree? Raise your hand. That's good. Great. We all will agree here. Yes. Okay, moving to the. I think I had an interesting question. I could figure it out. Yeah. So, Anshali, my question to you is: this is related to the marketing of the CSR initiative, and a lot of times layman feel that what company is doing is basically not for the community, but more of to improve their income. I know we have a communication person here sitting, but I will not tempt myself to ask her, but I will ask you, how do you relate that?
Thank you so much for such an interesting question. If you want to add on later, you surely can. So very rightly said, this is an assumption, a presumption that we do CSR activities just to lay off certain duties or just to have a balance of activities that we are doing and being compliant as well. But that is not the case, to be honest. The companies who are actually doing meaningful CSR interventions are also looking into impact, and they're only looking into impact. Marketing, brand image, that comes on a very later stage. Until unless you do something meaty, something really impactful, there will be nothing to, voice it out. So ultimately, first and foremost, you have to intervene and you have to create some content that you have made a difference in the society. And then maybe you can voice out your work or you can voice out your interventions in various other platforms via PR, via marketing, any other via social media. These days, social media is at a rate. Everyone has their mobile, everyone can tweet, everyone can just kill the brand image at one go.
or it takes a lot of time to build a brand image. You name it, any of the brands, it is not created at one day. It is over a period of time. It is a hard work. Of course, having said that, CSR is also aligned with marketing. So the work that you do needs to be voiced it out. This is my personal opinion. So you do a lot of work in the society until and unless what you do in Maharashtra, the person sitting in Delhi doesn't know, or the person sitting in Orissa or any other place in India doesn't know. It kills your brand image and the expansion that we talk about. So I think they both go hand in hand, but at most for CSR, your intervention, your program, your impact, what is the result coming out of your activity is more important. Marketing, PR, all these things comes in a later stage. So I'll just say two things. One is that, if you're really in a remote village of some place, in a tribal village, that will never make a national news. No media is ever interested in covering something like that. So, it's not something that uh, you can market well. But at the same time, Mike doesn't want me to say anything. So at the same time, I also feel that, if you're doing anything which is like a fundraising event, where you want to crowd sing, or things where you want to sensitize the crowd about any intervention. So recently, on LinkedIn, we just kind of did something which was pledge to make a green change, and we were trying to sensitize people on, it was on World Environment Day that people come up and take pledge, and it could be as little as I want to use, these plastic water bottles to drink water, as simple as that. So it just made people think who were not thinking at an individual level to come and do something. So I feel at some point, you need marketing to kind of come in and support you. You want to make it a because I mean, five one cannot make that change. So that sensitizing has to happen. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Thank you so much. I think because even in starting a business school, we've added marketing as a subject, and we've also added CSR as a co-elective to the students. And I think Dr. Bhagwan is listening to this conversation. But interesting, I think all of you have raised a very important point. This was not in the theme of the discussion, but quick few rapid fires. And share with you your role model and why.
Have to think about it. So even though she's nowhere close to this particular thing, which is CSR, and but then in my life, be it communication, be it anything which I've achieved today, I think it's and we were talking about. I think whenever we are stuck in life, we women always count on our mothers. So whether it is about me going to office, somebody taking care of my child at home, or anything, you always go back to your mother. And I think it's your mother who has your back, So I think for me, it's my mother.
Thank you. Technical communication network. Technology for you what's something that you wish you could have got in your college, which you missed?
No, actually, I sort of lead a life with no regrets. So I don't think that I have missed out something which I should have done or I should have achieved. I think I have lived quite a purposeful life, and the kind of electives I chose, if I talk about that side of it, I was a literature student. I wanted to choose literature. I wanted to choose my foreign language. I wanted to choose social work, and that's the bottom line was to make an impact, and I would like to put it out on the table that why this impact and philanthropy thing came to my mind, why I wanted to make an impact, because my family values So no regrets. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
One add-on to that, if you go on a road and you don't get a BPCL petrol pump, which petrol pump do you go?
So yeah, again. So BPCL, HPCL, IOCL, we are all sister concerned. Everything is by the government, for the government, to the government, and for the people. So
That's-
if BPC is not there, you can definitely go to IOC and HPC.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I was wondering whether you'll tell Shell about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I think I asked you this question on
I'll also say the same thing. That's my mother. The reason being, I started my CSR and social work journey because of her. So it was usually in terms of students, it is like, okay, ye course kar lete hain, acha ye hai, iske ye prospects hain. For me, back, in the time 2010, 11, it was very deliberate act to do graduation in sociology, to understand what is society all about. And again, a very deliberate act of taking social work as my mainstream, and then taking CSR as a mainstream. So this has been really thoughtful process in terms of my career. Nothing has come by chance or ऐसा कर लेते हैं या okay ये नहीं तो ये second option sort of. I thought of about my career well in advance with all the pros and cons, all the opportunities, all the SWOT analysis done beforehand. And the instinct of social work started because of my mother. Because when I was in 11th, my mother used to call all the slum children in our home, and I was like, "Kya mummy? Kya itne sare bachche aapne aise bula liye?" And she used to, teach them free of cost, and especially asking our maids that jisko bhi milega na, tum sabko utha ke leke aana. And I was like, "Mummy, my boards are about to come, and what are you doing?" and things like that. And now, when I am an adult and I understand what thought process she thought that this is the best I can give back to the society at that back time. And there is where go for there are so many already over there. So it's in my family, and something that when I was very young, when I couldn't understand what is social welfare, and now the term is social responsibility, there's a whole journey of it. And now I understand, okay, so that's maybe in my genes, or I would call her as my role model. That's why.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Akanksha ji, for sharing. Please give a round of applause to her. I think all three stories are very, very inspiring. And going to Satya ji, there's an interesting question to you. If you didn't go to Tata Institute of Social Science, which college would you have gone for?
Hello. College, I think it was my privilege that I got a chance to study in TIS. But if not TIS, any college, but I think today I would be here. I would put it that way. It doesn't matter after a point when you're stubborn enough to say this is what you want for your career. This is important. It gave me a vision. It gave me a platform. But I think there is something about me that I am proud of today, that I'm here. So it's this.
Wonderful answer. We wanted this answer. Plus, to all those students who wanting IIT, IIM, and aspiring for it is good, but ensure that only running behind is not. A person himself has to have that passion, that energy, and that skills. That's what our industry speakers are saying. So please keep a point and please give a round of applause for that. Thank you so much. Madhura ji, you've seen the CSR space from what it was and what it has evolved now. What do you think as a CSR professional, if one or two guidance you want to give to your industry colleagues, what would be that?
मतलब ये तो आउट ऑफ सिलेबस ठीक है, लेकिन आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट ही आ गया. मुझे लगा अभी कुछ ऐसे क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा, ये तो वापस मेन सिलेबस में चले गए. So see, basically I'm going to say something very blunt. Okay, I have always been the black sheep. Okay, CSR
in the whole gamut of Ministry of Corporate Affairs is not so life-changing. Okay, we have to come to the ground, right? The kinds of fun
You ask the corporate CSR team how many people are there because you believe in clean, then big 7 or 8. You ask how many big 10 people are in the non-profit,
they might have 1,000 or 1,200 people working for them, right? The only advice I can give for the industry is like you have to be humane. You cannot avoid being humane in the garb of being like, very, corporatesque or, being professional. You have to have that balance between understanding what are the ground realities, and these ground realities build your projections for the future, right? Because the bottom of the pyramid is always upwardly mobile, right? So you are investing in your future consumers, future generations, and your future clients. So you have to be aware and you have to be sensitized enough to have the balance between what needs to be done, what needs to be there for compliance, and what needs to be done on humane grounds. So that we need to look into the paper. 2020 saw a huge amendments in the whole way CSR was functioning. It was only difficult, to be very honest, because they were COVID years. But most of the changes that have happened are actually for the good, because we are supposed to report up to the last mile, last penny, how it's being spent, whether it's being spent or not, and the whole fear that if it's not spent, it's going to go to the government at the end of the day, and already government is taking your taxes, whether it's direct or indirect or whatever. So why not use this money appropriately and rightly to serve the community, to build a brand for yourself and make the most of it, right? Like the employee volunteering question that was asked, we use the platform for employees to out in the field, go experience reality, to get one letter from the corporator to create a kind of a program, or go to one kind of an institution to get all the approvals to plant trees, anything. It's so tedious, it's so cumbersome, and it's such a learning experience. You go out and meet these cushioned, in our own world. But when you go out and get exposure to this kind of ground realities, you realize it's not a cakewalk, right? So you have to be prepared not for the cakewalk, but you have to at the same time ensure that you can have cake once in a while.
Wonderful. Wonderful. But I think before concluding, Madhuraji, one last question to you. What I asked for BPCL, I'm going to ask same thing to you.
Okay.
If you don't have an appliance which you wanted, and Bajaj is not an option, what is the option you're going to take?
So I have a very nice R&D team called as EV Square. When you are working in the corporate, you have to be extremely loyal. So I will ensure that I get the product developed, but it will be the Bajaj brand.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And all this panel is a very experienced CSR professionals. We at Fuel are very glad to know them. We at Fuel are very glad to know them, and they have put their views. I think for you all students also, it's very interesting to know all of them, and also from the industry. We at Fuel thank you for gracing the occasion, for sharing your views so candidly with us, and thank you for answering all our questions. And I think last Madhuraji said that so much taxation. I think Ashnir Grover's WhatsApp is going on with 5 months of salary going in income tax. That's what Ashnir Grover has said. And we were with Cambridge India conference, the other team. But I think it's a debate which is going on everywhere, which we all have to think. But on positive note, extremely great impact is being done by all of their companies and their leadership. We are honored to have all of them. We at Fuel look forward at some point of time to partner with them, either in employee volunteering, take the industry insights, and make our youth more employable. And we look forward for your presence in the future. Once again, thank you so much on behalf of Fuel. Please give a round of applause to all of them. And I request our photographer to take the group photograph of this panel.
Thank you so much, Ketan Deshpande, sir. Now, we are having a small felicitation ceremony for our guest. I would like to request Jiminy Luaria ji, lead CSR engagement Yes Bank, to come on the stage for thank you felicitation ceremony. I would like to request my team to bring the mementos, please. Technical team. So we are proud to announce that Yes Bank is partnering with Fuel, and we are the proud partners of Yes Foundation and Yes Bank. We are working with Yes Bank from last 3 years. Thank you so much, Yes Bank. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Rajat Kumar, sir, Chief of Manufacturing and Projects, MP Birla Group, Birla Corporations Limited, to come on the stage. I would like to request Ketan Deshpande, sir, to facilitate the ceremony. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you everyone for your time and your patience. We can proceed now. Thank you so much, panelists. We can proceed now. So just a small announcement. So Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, sir, is coming at 6 o'clock sharp. So we'll arrange here at 6 o'clock again for the main ceremony, the launch of Fuel Business School. So please be there on a time. Thank you so much. Students थांबू शकतात. Just a small announcement for the TPOs and the guest. Mangal Prabhat Lodha sir is coming at 6 o'clock. So we will having a small ceremony, a big ceremony, or launch of Fuel Business School. So आपला certificate distribution and award distribution सरांच्या हाताने होणार आहे. So we can wait in the auditorium room. Meanwhile, and Shams and my team will take care of you, all the guests and TPOs. The high tea and everything is managed there. For the students, तुम्ही तुमच्या क्लासमध्ये जाऊन बसू शकता for the 2 hours, and then we will again gather here at 6 o'clock.
hello, 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 mic check, hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check, hello, 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 mic check, hello, hello,
Down बोल जा.
hello, 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 hello.
Mic check केलं, असं mic जावं. नाही, नाही. इकडे mic दे. एवढं लावून ना सांगते. बाकी इज्जत घातली आहे सीएम शिवाय आणले ते पॅसेज केलं आम्हाला तिकडून तुमचा इव्हेंट हे होऊ शकत नाही आता
Hello, hello.
सगळे चेक कर रिसिंग बिसिंग आपले लेवल पण चेक कर माझं Hello, hello, mic check, check. Hello, test, check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, check. Hello, hello. Hello, mic check. Check, mic check. Hello, mic check. Moin. Music. ज्या क्षणाची आपण आतुरतेने वाट पाहत होतो तो क्षण जवळ आलेला आहे. माननीय मंगलप्रभात लोढाजी सरांचे आगमन होत आहे. पुढील 10 मिनिटांमध्ये मंगलप्रभात लोढा सरांचे आगमन होईल. माझी सर्वांना विनंती आहे की त्यांनी बसलेल्या जागा कोणी उठू नये. आपण पुढच्या 10 मिनिटांमध्ये प्रोग्राम चालू करण्यात येईल. धन्यवाद. मी टेक्निकल टीमला विनंती करतो की त्यांनी म्युझिक चालू करावे. Everyone is ready? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Good. Thank you so much. आपण पुढच्या एक 10 मिनिटांमध्ये प्रोग्राम चालू करू. मंगलप्रभात लोढा सर येतील. त्याच्यानंतर आपल्या ज्या फ्युएल बिझनेस स्कूलचा लॉन्च आहे त्या लॉन्च साठी सर वर जातील. आपण इथे सगळेजण बघू शकतो लॉन्च. तर मंगलप्रभात लोढा सरांच्या मागे कुणीही थांबायचं नाहीये किंवा उठायचं नाहीये. सर आले असताना आपण उठू शकतो. माझी कॅमेरा क्रूला विनंती आहे की मंगलप्रभात लोढा सरांच्या ज्या मध्ये आपण फ्युएल राऊंड घेतील त्यावेळेस एक कॅमेरा ज्याच्यामध्ये आपलं वायरलेस आहे ते त्यांच्या बरोबर असू द्यावा. म्हणजे इथलच्या ऑडियन्सला दिसेल की सरांनी जे उद्घाटन करतील थर्ड फ्लोरचं त्यावेळेस आपण इथे स्क्रीनवर ते गोष्ट लाईव्ह दाखवतो. Technical team, please confirm Facebook Live and YouTube Live. माननीय मंत्री पर्यटन कौशल्य रोजगार उद्योजकता व नाविन्यता महिला व बाल विकास श्री मंगलप्रभात लोढाजी यांचे काहीच वेळात आगमन होत आहे. गाणं चालू ठेवा ना. Hello, hello, mic check. माननीय अमित प्रधान स्पेशल यांचे स्वागत आगमन झालेले आहे. मी फ्युएलच्या परिवाराकडून आपले सहर्ष स्वागत करतो. धन्यवाद. टेक्निकल टीमला माझी विनंती आहे की युट्यूबला आवाज येत नाहीये, तर अनम्यूट करा ना झूम मधून. Thank you so much, technical team. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Warm regards and welcome from Friends Union for Energizing Lives. Thank you so much for your presence. We are waiting Honorable Minister Sir's appearance in a couple of minutes. So thank you for your patience.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः ज्योतिषां प्रभुरात्यय पुत्रांशं स्वच्छामि ते सदा शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः निरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
धनसम्पदा सुखं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्मयं दीपज्योतिर्जनं दीपज्योतिर्मयं दीपज्योतिर्जनं दीपं देवाः सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः निरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयः दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः धनसम्पदः सुखं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेधिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवरविन्ध्यशिरोदिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि कीर्विषमोषिणि घोषरते धनुजनिरोषिणि दितिसुतरोषिणि दुर्मदशोषिणि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिः विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं सर्वदा नदी से बह रहे हैं
Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. Warm regards from Fuel. We are gathered here today to witness the launch of Fuel Business School, a next milestones in the journey of fuels. This journey was started 14 years back with a mission and passion by Mr. Ketan Deshpande sir to bring the change in the society. Honorable Minister Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha sir is coming in next 2 minutes. Fuel Business School is an institution that aims to ignite the entrepreneurship spirit and empower aspiring individuals in the reclaim of the business world and the commerce. It's an honor to have an esteemed presence of Honorable Skill Development Minister, Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, a business tycoon and a politician who is changing the whole skill development ecosystem. We are honored to welcome Honorable Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji in this Fuel campus. Honorable Minister Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, who will be inaugurating this landmark institution, will bring the change in the business and commerce sectors. Now, I would like to request all of you to be ready to welcome our esteemed guest, Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji. कैसे आ सकता हूँ मैं उधर? under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Skill Development Minister, our state is witnessed remarkable stride in the forecasting skill development initiatives, which will bring the impact in today's youth. With our initiative with Fuel Future Skill Institute, we are trying to bridge the gap between industry and academia, where we can contribute by providing the future skills such as AI, IoT, and digital marketing to bring the change in the society and the underprivileged students. Thank you all for witnessing this event. We are just waiting for the Honorable Sir's presence. We will commence the program once he will reach. Thank you. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Honorable Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, Mantri पर्यटन कौशल्य रोजगार उद्योजकता व नाविन्यता महिला व बाल विकास कल्याण. मी सर्वांना विनंती करतो की जोरदार टाळ्यांनी माननीय मंत्री श्री मंगल प्रभात लोढा जी सर यांचे स्वागत करावे. मंत्री पर्यटन कौशल्य रोजगार उद्योजकता व नाविन्यता महिला व बाल विकास. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your auspicious presence. Now we will inaugurate the Fuel Business School Institute. May I request all the dignitaries to inaugurate Fuel Business School. माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के चरण कमलों फ्यूल बिजनेस स्कूल का इनॉग्रेशन हो रहा है एंड फ्यूल फ्यूचर स्किल इंस्टीट्यूट फेज 2 का इनॉग्रेशन as we embark on this journey of knowledge, it's important to recognize the significance of the fueling economic growth. We at Fuel are trying to bridge the gap between industry and academia. A huge round of applause. I would like to request everyone to welcome to come on the dais. Honorable Shri Mallikarjun Bombay, sir. May I request you to please be on the stage? Thank you, sir. We are gathered here today for the momentous auspicious as we witness the grand launch of Fuel Business School, an institution that aims to ignite the entrepreneurship spirit and empower aspiring individuals. It's indeed an honor that Honorable Minister Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha, sir, is here to launch the Fuel Business School. May I request it's an honor to have the esteemed presence of Honorable Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, who will be inaugurating the Fuel Business School. Under his visionary leadership of the skill department, our state has witnessed remarkable stride in the fostering skill development and various initiatives. Today, the launch of the Fuel Business School will take another bold step towards the nurturing a generation of talented entrepreneurs and business leaders who will shape the future of our today's economy. The institution will serve as a melting point of the ideas where students from the diverse background will come forward to learn, collaborate, and innovate. The Fuel Business School will offer a wide range of courses carefully designed to cater the ever-evolving needs of the industry and academia. From the entrepreneurship to the marketing and from the finance to the future skills, we will receive a holistic education that prepares them for the challenges and opportunities that lies ahead. We at Fuel are trying to do the small efforts to give these futuristic skills and industry high demand skills to all these youth. I would like to invite all the chief guests and for the light lamping ceremony.
विनाशाय
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite Shri Ketan Deshpande sir and Shri Santosh Ulikupi sir to welcome our chief guest, Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha sir. Shri Santosh Ulikupi sir to welcome Shri Amit Paranjpe. For sitting over here. I would like to request Shri Ketan Deshpande sir come forward to welcome Shri Yash Paranjpe sir. Thank you all. Now, I would like to invite Shri Santosh Ulikupi sir, Chief Mental Fuel, to share his speech. Thank you.
Respected Mangal Prabhatji, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. Sir, we thank you for coming all the way to our institute. I'll just give a little background about fuel and how it started. Way back in 2007, Ketan was 19 years old when we started this organization called Fuel. Last 15 years, sir, we have spread across India, Indonesia, Africa, and many countries. We have impacted 12 lakh youth. We have been supported by large corporates. We have been on the journey of now got the approval for Fuel Business School and the BBA. And now the university, like I was just mentioning, it will be a unique university, sir, which has a background of social enterprise, social background, and addressing ESG and various factors. So this university, now that we have received a letter of intent from Government of Maharashtra, now we are on the marching towards setting up this Fuel University, addressing skill and entrepreneurship gap. And we, because of Ketan's background and the overall journey of working in the rural sector and aspirational districts of India, we wish to say that, sir, this university will be the first university dedicated towards rural transformation. And you yourself being an entrepreneur, very successful businessman, and today we wish to have your blessings and also advice and how we can make this a world-class university. Sir, last week we were there in Cambridge University. Ketan and I, we hosted Cambridge India conference, the first conference which Cambridge has come forward. And they have assured that the next conference will be done with Fuel in Pune. And we will request you again to be here with us, sir, for that. Sri Ram Madhavji gave the keynote address at Cambridge University. And Anil Agarwalji of Vedanta was also the keynote speaker. And Ketan and I, we were there, sir, to host the conference. I don't take too much time, but we thank you so much for coming all the way here and blessing us. And I request Ketan, sir, to share his few words and share his journey. Thank you.
आदरणीय मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी, मैं आपका बहुत हृदय से आभारी हूँ। आदरणीय अमित परांजपे जी और यश परांजपे जी, मैं आपका भी बहुत हृदय से आभारी हूँ कि आप सब यहाँ पर आए। मैं 19 साल की उम्र में इस संस्था की शुरुआत की थी, जिस वक्त मैंने सोचा था कि मेरे साथ जो जूनियर मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं उनको करियर गाइडेंस और काउंसलिंग मिले, और इस मोटिव से मैंने ये संस्था शुरू की। सर, मेरी माता न्यायाधीश थी, तो हम हर 3 साल अलग अलग जिलाओं में जाते थे, तो मुझे काफी तकलीफ होती थी करियर की इंफॉर्मेशन मिलने के लिए और काफी अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलने के लिए। और उसी समय मैंने ठान लिया था कि मैं कुछ करूंगा हमारे युवाओं के लिए। तो मैंने एक किताब लिखी जिसमें अलग अलग स्कॉलरशिप्स और यूनिवर्सिटीज जिधर बच्चे जा सकते हैं उसके बारे में। और उस वक्त मैंने वो माजी राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम जी को भेजी थी, और उन्होंने मुझे उसके बारे में काफी प्रोत्साहन दिया। और जब वो पुणे में आए 2007 साल में, उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आप 1 करोड़ बच्चों को जाके पहुंचो और उनको गाइडेंस दो, और उस माध्यम से ये संस्था शुरू हुई। मुझे आपको बहुत अच्छा लगता है ये बताने के लिए कि पिछले 15 सालों में हमने इस संस्था को कॉर्पोरेट जगत से और कॉर्पोरेट के साथ काम करके इंडस्ट्रीज को जो फ्यूचर रिक्वायरमेंट्स है उसके तरफ युवाओं को लेके की कोशिश की। आज हमारे फ्यूचर स्टूडेंट्स भले गरीब फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं, उनके माता पिता फार्मर्स है मोस्टली, मगर कैपजेमिनी और कॉग्निजेंट जैसे मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियों में जाके काम करते हैं, और रूरल इकोनॉमी में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान होता है। मैं आपसे बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि जब से आपने स्किल डिपार्टमेंट इस महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट में लिया है, तब से काफी काम इसमें हो रहा है, और हम चाहते हैं कि आपसे हम गाइडेंस ले और आगे बढ़े। हमारा ध्येय है कि फ्यूल को आने वाले समय में यूनिवर्सिटी बने और युवाओं को पहुंचे। I also would like to tell you that fuel's implementation has impacted more than 1 lakh youth under future skill training. We have provided scholarships to more than 75,000 Jawans children, and 25 plus CSR partnerships have been executed. I am very thankful for giving me this opportunity, and I would also like to tell that माननीय देवेंद्र जी ने हमारा नागपुर का करियर गाइडेंस और स्किलिंग सेंटर का समारोपण भी किया था और कॉन्वोकेशन भी किया था, और लगभग 10,000 युवाओं को हमने नागपुर में करियर गाइडेंस और काउंसलिंग सेंटर के माध्यम से प्रेस किया था और अप्रिशिएट किया था। और उस माध्यम से हर जिले में करियर गाइडेंस और स्किलिंग सेंटर, ये भी हम फ्यूल ने एक मॉडल अमरावती और नागपुर में खड़ा किया था, वो भी हम चाहेंगे कि आपको प्रेजेंटेशन आकर दें और आगे बढ़े। मैं इस मौके पर फिर से आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं और अपनी वाणी को समाप्त देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद केतन देशपांडे sir for your inspiring words. Now I would like to request our technical team to play Fuel's introduction video. Small clip, sir.
As a CSR implementation organization trust working in the sector of education and skill development since 2007, Friends Union for Energizing Lives, Fuel, stems from the understanding that the youth in India form one of the most vulnerable groups, who on the one hand are expected to be the leaders to determine the destiny of India, and on the other lack essential information and opportunities to succeed in life. Taking this into account, founder Mr. Ketan Deshpande, along with his chief mentor, Mr. Santosh Puralikopti, initially began conducting sessions for class 12 students, wherein they provided them thorough assistance on all educational prospects. But over the last 15 plus years, Fuel has scaled up. Fuel also focuses on women empowerment by working towards girls' education and is supporting more than 600,000 girls through scholarships and skilling initiatives.
In past 15 years, we have worked in a way that government, policymakers, CSR partners, and industry partners have with us from day one.
I congratulate the entire Fuel team for the remarkable work done by them over the years. Since inception, Fuel has been the guiding light for the future of our youth. I would like to congratulate the Fuel team for taking up this important endeavor of launching the Fuel Future Skills Institute. I hope that through this endeavor, you will be able to achieve the impact and momentum that you envision. All of us in the industry congratulate you for their vision and their help. The youth reach newer heights.
I'm glad to see that you have finally achieved the goal you have been working for so many years.
Fuel has been appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Honorable former President of India, Shri Ram Nath ji. And Fuel's founder, Mr. Ketan Deshpande, has been awarded the Mahatma Award. Fuel was invited to represent India at Stanford University's Global Entrepreneurship Summit, and also had the opportunity to work with the Prime Minister of Poland as well as the First Lady of Uganda. On its work to empower women, Fuel also contributes to providing welfare by promoting scholarships to the girl children of army jawans, martyrs, and families of army personnel. Fuel has its presence in public schools in India and supports 75,000 plus different school students in the district under aspirational district program by PRU. Over the course of their existence, Friends Union for Energizing Lives is enabling students to excel by making substantial contributions by partnering with 3,500 plus schools and colleges across India and changing the lives of more than 1.1 million students. Fuel is on a mission to become Fuel Skill Tech and Entrepreneurship University, influencing more lives.
Thank you, technical team. As Fuel is moving from Fuel Skill Tech, from Fuel Future Skill Institute to Fuel Skill Tech and Entrepreneurship University, today we will exchange an MOU between Fuel and Pradhan Space Schemes Private Limited. May I request Honorable Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha sir and all the dignitaries, Fuel and Pradhan Space Schemes representatives to come forward to exchange an MOU between Fuel and Pradhan Space Schemes to set up a Fuel Future Skills Institute and Fuel Skill Tech and Entrepreneurship University in Pradhan Space Forest Hills. We are setting up these institutes, sir, in Pradhan Space Forest Hill. Thank you, Honorable Minister Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha, sir, Fuel family and Pradhan Space family. Now, I would like to request Honorable Chief Guest Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha, sir, to share his vision with us.
पवित्र धरती पर छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज को वंदन करते हुए, भारत रत्न डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर को वंदन करते हुए आज यहाँ पर एक बहुत अच्छे कार्यक्रम में आने का मौका मिला। सबसे पहले तो मैं देरी से आने के लिए आपसे क्षमा चाहता हूँ। I don't have any right to spoil your time, but it was something which I couldn't avoid. But I'm really sorry by heart. बिजनेस स्कूल के फाउंडर चेयरमैन श्री केतन देशपांडे जी, चीफ मेंटर श्री संतोष हुल्लीकोप्पी जी, सीनियर डायरेक्टर रुचि आनंद जी, डायरेक्टर परांजपे ग्रुप के मिस्टर आनंद परांजपे एंड यंगर परांजपे, जिनके आदेश के ऊपर मैं यहाँ पर आया हूँ। मैं राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का स्वयंसेवक हूँ और इसके लिए हमको जब कहा जाता है कि इनके साथ आपको मदद के लिए जुड़ना है तो हम उसमें कुछ दिमाग नहीं लगाते हैं। यहाँ के जिनके कारण मैं आया हूँ ऐसे श्री मनोज पोपट जी और के सामने उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उनके कारण मुझे इस सुंदर जगह पर आने का मौका मिला। सैकड़ों साल पहले, हजारों साल पहले भारत के अंदर स्कूलिंग की व्यवस्था तो तब भी थी, पर तब गुरुकुल हुआ करते थे। और यहाँ आज आने के बाद इस प्रांत पे स्कीम में ऐसे लगा कि जैसे वापस गुरुकुल में आ गए हूँ। इतना सुंदर वातावरण, नेचुरल वातावरण और कहीं नहीं हो सकता है। मैं जो लेट हुआ उसका भी कारण बता देता हूँ। अभिजीत पवार जी आप जानते होंगे, यहाँ सकाल ग्रुप के मालिक है, उनके घर पे मिलने को गया था। और वो सकाल ग्रुप के तो मालिक हैं ही, साथ में आध्यात्मिक टाइप व्यक्ति भी हैं, इसलिए समय कब निकल गया पता भी नहीं पड़ा। पर उस समय उन्होंने जो एक बात कही वो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। मैं जब उनसे स्किलिंग की बात की तो उन्होंने एक अच्छा कहा कि स्किलिंग कराना, बच्चों को होशियार करना बहुत समय की जरूरत है, करना चाहिए, पर उसके साथ में उनको यदि अध्यात्म और संस्कार नहीं दिए तो वो जीवन के अंदर आनंद नहीं पा पाएंगे। और इसलिए हजारों साल से हमारी प्रवृत्ति है कि हम कोई भी पढ़ाई शुरू करने से पहले मंत्रों को जाप करते हैं। फिर अलग अलग धर्म में अलग अलग मंत्र होते हैं, पर जब तक धर्म और अध्यात्म में फर्क होता है, जब तक आप अपने आप को संस्कारों के साथ नहीं जोड़ोगे तो आप कितने भी बड़े बन जाओगे, पर ना तो आप अपना भला कर पाओगे, ना अपने परिवार का भला कर पाओगे, ना समाज का भला कर पाओगे। और इसलिए यहाँ पर जिस पवित्र वातावरण में जगह बनी हुई है, और आज यहाँ पर एनुअल कन्क्लेव है, यहाँ पर हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के कुछ लोग भी आए हुए हैं। मैं कार्यक्रम खत्म होने के बाद में आपकी सहूलियत से आप इनको बता दीजिए, कभी आके आपसे मिल लेंगे। और जो कुछ भी आपको लगता है कि भी आप इनकी जरूरत जगह होते तो ये कर देते, वो हम आपके लिए करके देंगे, ऐसा मैं सार्वजनिक तौर पे आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। क्योंकि आप बहुत मेहनत से इन बच्चों को तैयार कर रहे हैं। इट्स नॉट इजी थिंग। ये बच्चों को इतने कोई ऑपरेशन को शुरू से खड़ा करना, 10 साल के बाद में तो आपकी यहाँ लाइन लगेगी, आपको लोग पीछे घूमेंगे कि हमारे बच्चे को आप एडमिशन दिलो। पर आज जो ये बच्चे हैं, आपके मन में इन बच्चों को भी इतना ही अच्छा तैयार करना है कि कभी ये बच्चे तैयार होकर किसी फंक्शन में यहाँ पर बैठ सके। इस लेवल का आपको इन बच्चों को लाना है। और मैं आप दोनों से भी पहले मिला हुआ हूँ, मुझे लगता है कि नई डीन ने भी यहाँ पर ज्वाइन किया, और भी काफी लोग यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। CSR फंड से भी जो कुछ भी आपको मदद मिलती है वो केवल फाइनेंशियल मदद नहीं है, वो आपके ऊपर भरोसा भी है। जो लोग CSR देते हैं वो ऐसे नहीं देते हैं, वो पूरा समझ लेते हैं कि हम कहाँ पर ये पैसा दे रहे हैं, किसको मदद कर, that you are for the society, you are going to help the society and you are going to do your part of duty of skilling the children over here. So जो आपका एक स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रपोजल पेंडिंग पड़ा है, वो परांते जी और उनके साथ आपने अभी आज MOU एक्सचेंज किया है, जल्दी से जल्दी whatever best we can do we will do it। उसके बीच में सरकार की अभी स्किल सेंटर की भी योजनाएं हैं, जहां हम उनको ग्रीन चैनल में आपको तुरंत हम स्किल सेंटर खोल के देते हैं। तो आपको मेरी रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि आप आपके यहाँ भी सरकार का, एक महाराष्ट्र सरकार का स्किल सेंटर खोल लें। सर्टिफिकेट की बहुत बड़ी वैल्यू है, आपके सर्टिफिकेट से बहुत बड़ा फायदा है। और उसमें साथ में यदि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र का सर्टिफिकेशन भी मिलता है तो बच्चों के लिए सोने पे सुहागा है। यू थिंक अबाउट इट एंड डिसाइड अबाउट इट, वी आर विद यू, we promise to do it in next 55 days once you decide about it। करके देंगे ना अपन इनको। लोगों को सरकार के बारे में ये कि सरकार मीठी मीठी बातें बहुत करती है पर काम मीठे नहीं करती है, करके देंगे अपन इनको। ठीक, थैंक यू। ये बच्चों के लिए परांच पे ग्रुप ने भी बहुत अच्छा आपको सपोर्ट देके ये अच्छा तैयार किया है। मैं आपसे केवल इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि बच्चों में से आने वाले समय में ये बच्चे बहुत आगे जाएंगे, बड़े बनेंगे। और तब मैं आपसे केवल इतना ही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं, एक छोटा सा किस्सा सुनाना चाहता हूं। सच्चा किस्सा है, आप में से कई लोगों ने सुना भी होगा। IIT मुंबई के अंदर एक विद्यार्थी था, साल पहले की बात है। फीस भरने का टाइम आया, उसके क्लास के सब बच्चों ने फीस भर दी। वो आजकल करता हुआ फीस भर नहीं रहा था। बाद में उसने अपना सामान का हॉस्टल में पैकिंग करना शुरू किया। वार्डन को पता पड़ा तो पूछा कि क्या बात है, बोले नहीं ऐसे ही कुछ जाना है। तो दोस्तों ने बताया कि भाई ये फीस नहीं भर पा रहा है, इसलिए अभी ये छोड़ के घर पे जा रहा है। तो उस समय वो वार्डन था,
उस वार्डन ने स्वयं की तरफ से और एक दो लोगों से बात करके उस बच्चे को कहा कि तुम छोड़ के मत जाओ, तुम्हारी फीस का प्रबंध हम लोग करते, तुम करते रहो, बिकॉज यू आर इंटेलिजेंट गुड बॉय। उसकी फीस भरती गई, बच्चा पढ़ता गया, आगे बढ़ा। आज मैं अमेरिका में गया, बहुत बड़ी कंपनी में सेटल हुआ। फिर 4 साल पहले आपने अखबार में पढ़ी होगी खबर, एक बच्चे ने IIT मुंबई को $20,000 का डोनेशन दिया। पता लगा कि ये वही बच्चा था कि जो उस समय फीस नहीं भर सका था। वो डोनेशन उसने दिया कि जिस तरह से मैं फीस नहीं भर सका था, उस तरह से और किसी बच्चे पे नौबत नहीं आए कि वो फीस नहीं भर सके, इसके लिए उसको कॉलेज छोड़नी पड़े। तो आज आपको ये संस्था हाथ लेके थाम रही है। आप जब बड़े बन जाओगे, ये ध्यान रखना कि आपको बड़े बनाने में इस संस्था का भी रोल है, इन टीचर्स का भी रोल है। बी फ्रेंड ऑफ देम, फील फैमिली ओवर हियर। They want to treat you as their own children, and you should also treat them as your own family. You will enjoy the life. Once again, apologizing for the delayed arrival, but I assure you that I may be delayed, but I will not deny any rightful claim of yours or your institute. Whatever you deserve will be done by us, Government of Maharashtra, Honorable Chief Minister Sri Eknath Raji Shinde, and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Sri Devendra Ji Fadnavis has asked me specifically, after knowing that it is being recommended by Mr. Manoj Pochat and Mr. Mahesh Phornekar ji, that you go there, visit the place, and whatever best the government of Maharashtra can do it, you should do it, and you should promise it publicly. So you are also duty bound to complete it as per the law. Thank you.
धन्यवाद मंगल प्रभात लोढ़ा जी for your inspiring words. Now I'd like to request Shri Pratima Shere ma'am to share her vote of thanks.
Thank you for the gender agnostic introduction. I, Dr. Pratima Shere, am truly honored and privileged to present the vote of thanks and appreciation on behalf of the Fuel Business School. Everyone that has made this possible and everyone that will be needed to take this journey forward is going to be needed in our entire venture. Honorable Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, Cabinet Minister of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here and sparing time for us and making such important commitments that we are hoping that we'll be able to in the days. Mr. Amit Paranspe, Yash Paranspe, Anil Paranspe from Paranspe Schemes, thank you very much for your help and support. And we are hoping that we'll see the university come up in short course of time. Fuel is a unique business school that gives not just managerial skills, but also social responsibility along with it. So we would like to thank everyone, our media partner, CNBC TV 18, event partner, Empiric Media, Food and Beverage Angel Street, industry partners, BPCL, Bajaj Electricals, Marico, Fiat, Skoda, Oracle, Dabur, Raj Industries, Hickel, Bayer, Kalpataru Projects, Yes Bank, HDFC Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, Birla Corporation, Lions Club, HSBC Bank, Accenture and NRB. Thank you very much for supporting us, all the colleges and TPOs, faculty, directors, deans, and HODs, the stage, Morea events, the Fuel team, the Fuel fellows, the students, the faculty, and all of you here that have made this possible. Thank you so much for being here. जाने से पहले आपको एक छोटी सी कहानी बताना चाहती हूँ। किसी गांव में एक बहुत बड़े गुरुजी थे और उनको सब जवाब उन्हें आते थे। तो सभी लोग, गांव के सभी लोग उनके पास जाते थे उनसे पूछने के लिए कि आप हमारे जीवन में जो हो रहा है उसको हम कैसे अच्छा करेंगे, कैसे ठीक करेंगे। तो सभी को जवाब मिलते थे। एक लड़का था, उसने सोचा ये भोंदू बाबा हैं, इनको कुछ आता नहीं है, मैं उनसे जाके अभी ऐसा सवाल पूछूंगा कि ये बिल्कुल भी जवाब नहीं दे पाएंगे। उन्होंने एक तितली पकड़ी, उस लड़के ने एक तितली हाथ में पकड़ी और उन बाबा जी को कहा ये जिंदा है या मरी हुई है। उसने सोचा था बोलेंगे जिंदा है तो वो मार देगा और बोलेंगे मरी हुई है तो छोड़ दूंगा। तो जब वो बाबा जी के पास गए, बाबा जी ने कहा, उन्होंने कहा "ये मेरे हाथ में तितली है, वो जिंदा है या मरी है आप बताइए"। तो बाबा जी ने कहा कि सब तुम्हारे हाथ में है। सो आज की तारीख में सब हमारे हाथ में है। Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much, Ruchi Anand ma'am, for yes, please ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Ruchi Anand ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, so much. A slide. We will quickly share an MOU with LinkedIn Learning. Honorable Ruchi Anand ma'am is here. I would like to request Honorable Mangal Bharat Lodha sir and Ruchi Anand ma'am to come forward to exchange an MOU between Fuel and LinkedIn Learning. Sir, please. Ma'am, Amit sir. Thank you, Honorable Minister sir and Honorable Ruchi Anand ma'am. Thank you so much. With this vote of thanks, we are concluding today's event. Thank you, everyone. Please wait for the dignitaries.
May I request Ruchi Anand, Senior Director of LinkedIn Learning, to say a few words, please.
Namaskar, and once again, Honorable Minister and Ketan, Santosh, the entire team, ma'am, all the guests. Firstly, apologies, I've got delayed. I just wanted to first express my biggest congratulations. It's such a great, momentous occasion and such a great honor. We are privileged as LinkedIn to partner with Fuel for the last so many years, granting LinkedIn Learning licenses and ensuring that we are investing along with Fuel in the skilling of our youth. I am really, really honored to be associated with Ketan, Santosh, and the entire Fuel team, because the impact that this partnership has made is that we've actually been able to see over lakhs of students who got access to LinkedIn Learning and also earned great internships and eventually become very employable. In fact, our endeavor is to make sure that when we talk about the future of work, and especially when we look at the way the world of work is evolving and the need for skilling is so paramount and important, the role that we can play in these partnerships with public-private partnerships and along with the government to really uplift and make sure that our youth are continuing to grow and invest in nation building as they grow. So I just, once again, I don't want to keep you waiting anymore, but I just want to say thank you. And as LinkedIn, we are with over 100 million members in India and almost 1 billion globally. The opportunity that we have to create economic opportunity across the world is something that we believe we are able to do good and do well in the world. So I once again thank you and congratulations once again.
So thank you very much. Is there can we have a group picture, please? Ma'am, Mike.
Everyone be seated. All Fuel team, please join.
Thank you very much on behalf of you. I would like to thank all of you for coming all the way. People and my entire team, and with your support, we will work hard, make it happen. That's for you to happen. One thing will happen that thousands of you people support, they will get their job, they will get their opportunity. That's what my team did, and what I will do.
As Minister, sir, of the cabinet blessing us is a different blessing altogether. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you.